over and have my car serviced, and that's when I first sort of saw all the procedures, which I felt very safe about. I mean, they greet you properly, and they took my car. When it was returned, it was completely disinfected. The steering wheel was covered. They really took the time to do that, so I felt pretty safe about it.
Fortunately, we've been working on new ways of doing business to make it easier for customers well before this. And frankly, this pandemic has expedited the need and the realities of those types of things. So for example, home delivery and buying a car online and having it delivered to your home. You know, we had been doing that prior to this. There's been a lot more of it happening now because of this. But it's forced us to do things a different way, a lot quicker. Not to mention all the safety steps and measures that we've taken and put in place to ensure the safety of our customers and our employees.
This goes beyond competitiveness and you know, being the better dealer and who can sell more cars. This is about human safety. So we know that what we're doing works, and I would hope everybody else would follow suit.
Many of LA City's annual events have been shelved due to COVID-19, including all large public gatherings. But that's not stopping the mayor's office. Together with the LA Grid office and Recreation and Parks, Summer Night Lights is alive and well and bringing the summer fun, though it might look a little different this year.
Summer Night Lights is a program that the mayor's office does at 32 parks during the year. The mayor decided that during the hot button months, which is the most dangerous months of the year, in the most dangerous communities, they decided to have a program that allowed the community to come out and enjoy their local parks.
Typically on a regular SNL night, we would have had here at Harvard Park over 200 people enjoying freshly cooked food. We would have had activities, tables, people would just come out and hang out. Unfortunately now, this year 2020, we've had to pivot to comply with public health orders around COVID-19 and the pandemic. So we're servicing around 20 sites throughout the city and doing pop-up events where we are doing grab-and-go meals plus activities that families can enjoy at home.
My friends told me to come by, stop by and bring the kids out for a little while. They're giving food and a few other items.
Every family gets 4 meals, every family gets a box of fruits and vegetables, and every family gets a bag of dry goods.
It means a lot because I really like this park, and I always bring my kids here to play, and I really like this park.
They can check out the Mayor's Grid office website, lagrid.org, and click on the Summer Night Lights link.
You should come out. You should. It's a very nice place, great food. It's a great place for kids to be at.
I think it's great that the city's putting together, the parks are putting together. Just feel like our tax dollars are actively working.
We're giving them something healthy to let them know that we're still here and we still support you. The program is still here supporting the community.
Metro introduces reduced fares. A Boyle Heights clinic gets an LA 2050 grant, and a virtual forum focuses on minority business owners. These stories and more up next on City Beat.
Former coach of the Los Angeles Sparks, Julie Rousseau, will chair the USC Athletic Department's Black Lives Matter Action Team to take on social inequality. Rousseau, who currently serves as adjunct professor in USC's Gender and Sexual Studies Department, will oversee the efforts and address social injustices experienced by Black student athletes. This newly formed action team will be joined by an advisory committee that will support Rousseau's work by providing ideas and feedback as representatives for the broader athletics program. The California Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond, and members of the Closing the Digital Divide Task Force recently hosted a webinar to teach school leaders more on how they can acquire computer software for students due to the remote learning in the fall. The Closing the Digital Divide Task Force was created and will help facilitate donations, create more publicity, and cast a bigger spotlight on those who can help. Whether or not a student has access to computers and the internet can also affect whether or not they are able to research colleges or apply for financial aid and jobs. February and April 2020, 41% of Black-owned businesses, 32% of Latino-owned businesses, and 26% of Asian American-owned businesses closed either temporarily or permanently. while 17% of white-owned businesses closed. In response to this report, a virtual panel discussion hosted by the Milken Institute discussed how minority-owned businesses can withstand the pandemic. The conversation covered capital access for businesses owned by Black, Latino, and Asian American community members. The discussion was moderated by Eugene Cornelius, Milken Institute Senior Director, Center for Regional Economics. The health clinic Clínica Romero has won a $100,000 grant to better help patients during the pandemic. The clinic won the money in the LA 2050 Grants Challenge, and with locations in Boyle Heights and Pico Union Westlake, the clinic serves the community in some of the hardest hit areas of Los Angeles.
For months, we have been dealing with a global pandemic. For many of us, the shock has subsided, and taking precautions has become secondhand nature. Things have actually become manageable. So it's easy to forget the folks who are still on the front lines of this fight to keep us safe, healthy, and fed. Recently, Councilmember Kern Price delivered a thank you to 3 local grocery stores, assuring them that we have not forgotten and truly do appreciate them.
Today's really important because we wanted to honor the frontline grocery store workers who have been putting themselves at risk since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we really wanted to show our appreciation for them showing up to work every day and making sure that people in our neighborhood in South Los Angeles have access to fresh fruits and vegetables and groceries even during this pandemic. So today we're here on the corner of Slauson and Vermont at Superior to provide them with a little token of appreciation.
Right now it's scary to come to work, but at the same time, we're helping out the community, helping out the customers, what they need, because what's going on right now, it's scary for everyone.
We're providing them with lunch, bags, which will include hand sanitizers, face masks, and a number of other items to keep them safe.
It makes us feel appreciated, makes us feel great, that we're out here for a good cause, serving our community, making sure, we have everything they need. We're taking extra precautions for all our customers. We have protocols in place. All our employees take extra precautions to assure that the safety of our customers comes first.
People are encouraged to go to their grocery stores, support their grocery stores, because these are grocery stores that are in our neighborhood and they need our support just like we need them.
From South Los Angeles to the San Fernando Valley, team members from the Office of Council President Nury Martinez were out in full force. Their mission? To spread cool summer fun to the families of CD6. Take a look.
We're here today in Van Nuys at the Mid-Valley Family YMCA. Council President Martinez thought we really need to have an event where we're giving kids some things to do during the summer, some waterworks stuff, to get wet, and sprinklers and water balloons and even fans. So really trying to give some summer relief to the entire family in Council District 6.
I'm here to get toys for my siblings. They're bored at home, and with all this COVID, situation, they're just struggling, bored at home, so I wanted to get them a few toys.
It's going to keep the kids busy with the activities since they're not in school or they can't go anywhere to visit family and friends. So,
as someone who grew up in a working poor family, she knows very well sort of the limitations and of resources that a lot of these families have.
It helps parents that can't afford or the time to get out to get their children anything.
I think it's awesome because some people don't have the resources to get toys or food for their children. I think these events are amazing.
Anytime you can take something else off their plate, that's another expense they don't have to pay for.
Nury Martinez is doing this for our community. I think that's just, we feel very blessed to have things like this.
there's no government response like local government response. They can get in touch with our office at 213-437-7006 or go to nuri-martinez.com.
To know that there's people out there that care. It's very nice. It's a very nice thing.
Gracias. It's been 14 years, and even with the pandemic lurking, the Mar Vista Farmers Market shows no signs of slowing down when it comes to bringing fresh produce to its community.
Hello, and welcome to the 14th annual Mar Vista Farmers Market Palooza.
This year, the celebration is a lot more subdued than usual, but this year, because of COVID, we've decided we have to celebrate safely and appropriately, and it's a little more subdued around here than usual, so we're all trying to shoo away the virus and celebrate and have a good time at the same time.
Mar Vista's always had one of the best farmers markets, so coming here, I think they're doing a great job with keeping everybody apart, and I think for everyone's overall health, I think it's a great thing to do, and I feel safe.
We have a lot more staff than usual because of all the COVID regulations and necessary safety precautions. So as you can see, rather than have people just arrive at the market en masse, they have to filter through our system. We operate with a strict head count. We're also keeping an eye on various areas of the market to make sure that we're not over capacity.
Since COVID hit, it's just become more important to me to have good vegetables, you know, like really clean vegetables and a diversity of fruits and vegetables, because that helps build your immunity. I feel safer shopping outdoors where there's air blowing than going to a crowded supermarket inside.
But it's pretty significant. Instead of just a rolling wave of people entering the market from various points, everybody has to come through one channel. This market was way ahead of the curve that was mandated when there were some other markets that really weren't being operated to the best of the ability to stay ahead of COVID. We had a plan from day one and kept refining that plan along with information that we get from the mayor's office or LA County Board of Health.
The LA Department of Public Works is responsible for the design, construction, renovation, and operation of public projects running from bridges to libraries and from sewers to streetlights. And there is a brand new board president ready to take on all the numerous challenges that come with the role. Maria Hall Brown was able to have a nice chat with the very busy board president, Greg Good.
You have taken over this role in the middle of an international crisis of magnitude that nobody can predict. How are you going to do this?
Angelenos rightfully expect that we take care of business, right? Again, that the trees are getting trimmed, that the trash is getting picked up, that potholes are being fixed. And we will do that, and I'm fully committed to that, and Kevin was exemplary in making sure those things happen.
You mentioned Kevin James. He was in the role for 7 years. He's seen a lot of changes. He's incorporated a lot of strategies. You know, has it been a good handoff? Did he hand the baton well, and what does he tell you?
The transition's been fantastic. Kevin created enormous shoes to fill. He was a great president of the Board of Public Works. The mayor, me, every Angeleno should be very grateful for the service he provided. I believe in over-communication. Kevin James believes in the same, and I will rely heavily on him, and hopefully he'll rely on me with his new work too.
How do you envision things? How do you want it to see? You just said you want an equitable city that is, you know, obviously sustainable and has, you know, a forward-thinking approach. How do you see it?
So much of what Public Works does, if it happens and is executed well, should fly under the radar screen. Ideally, we don't need to be thinking about the trash getting picked up. We don't need to be thinking about whether the street light is a high voltage light that needs to be converted to an LED light. Ideally, we don't have to know those things, and they just happen the way they should. So that's the city that I hope the Department of Public Works will continue to contribute to.
And lots of trees.
And lots of trees. Very excited about that. And trees in places where heretofore there has been very limited canopy. There's a real, imbalance in terms of where you have dense tree canopy, and trees are superheroes. They create shade, they keep places cool, and they capture carbon. And so, frontline communities that have been, victims of environmental injustice over the years need to have as many trees as other communities. And so, yes, we're working on that too.
So it'd be good for people to, to hear about things that are happening in their own community.
Absolutely. We're an open door, and certainly on that sort of those basic things that happen to us every day, including reporting potholes, et cetera, go to MyLA 311, and we are on it.
When COVID-19 first hit, it seemed to be a disease that struck the elderly and people who were immunocompromised. We now know that anyone can carry or contract COVID-19. Here's a story about one SoCal family that's not taking any chances. For them, it's a no-brainer. Everyone gets tested.
Today, the council member's office partnered up with the mayor's office, the fire department, and HACLA to provide free on-site testing for COVID-19. In talking with the fire department, they say that this site has been one of the busiest ones as of yet.
We decided to come this morning to get tested for COVID as a family because we want to protect our elders. We want to protect my mom, my dad. My husband also has his mom and his dad, and we want to make sure that we protect them.
We all thought it was important. We all thought that it was better to do it now, take the time to do it, like my wife said, so that we can keep ourselves safe and then keep others safe as well.
I kind of was a little scared because I thought we were going to do the swabs that they usually do through the nose, but through the mouth I felt a little more comfortable doing it. And also it wasn't really scary, so if anyone else were to get tested, I would say this kind of experience, it isn't traumatizing, and I recommend doing this type of testing.
We might be in a good health situation, but we're protecting others.
I would highly recommend it because it is for your own safety and the people around you.
San Fernando Valley Drive-In Movies return. Cruise and Takeout Bob's revs up great eats, and Eagle Rock brings school supplies to a drive-thru. All this next on Things to Do.
Every Friday in Northridge since 2009, Cruise and Takeout Bob's has been the local cruise night for hot rodders and classic car enthusiasts. But with the recent stay-at-home orders for our state, business for Bob's has slowed, and the start to cruise season was delayed. Now that self-quarantine laws are relaxing, we can begin cruising. Bob's is now open for carry-out orders and even car hop service. So bring out your hot rod, be it a classic cruiser or modern muscle. Enjoy the warmer weather and join others in our local community Fridays for Bob's Menu. Cruise and Takeout Bob's happens every Friday beginning at 4 p.m. 8876 Corbin Avenue in Northridge. For details, check out their listing on Facebook events. Over the last 3 years, My Valley Pass has had the great pleasure of bringing together movie fans from all over LA to the Lake Balboa complex in the San Fernando Valley for a spectacular drive-in movie experience. This August, My Valley Pass is moving its signature San Fernando Valley summer drive-in nights to the Westfield Fashion Square Mall in Sherman Oaks. Don't miss this chance to have a night out at the movies, totally socially distanced in your own vehicle. Family films to be screened include The Sandlot, Grease, Jurassic Park, and La Bamba. San Fernando Valley Drive-In happens at the Westfield Fashion Square, 14006 Riverside Drive. For more information, visit tickets.myvalleypass.com. Eagle Rock families are invited to pick up free school supplies for your children at the Get Ready for School Supply Drive. Eagle Rock Baptist Church is hosting a school supply drive-thru on Saturday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. in the Eagle Rock Baptist Church parking lot. We're giving away free school supplies for students of all stripes. For those with supplies to spare, you are also encouraged to donate by Thursday, August 13th. You can find a list of donation items on their Facebook event listing. For more details about the Get Ready for School supply drive, visit eaglerockbaptist.com. And that's a look at some things to do.
That's it for this edition. I'm Rasha Goel. From all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. And a reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more LA This Week.
Martinez, the President of the City Council. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Blumenfield present.
Bonin.
Bonin present.
Buscaino.
Present.
Cedillo.
Cedillo here, present.
Harris Dawson.
Here.
Koretz.
Here.
Krikorian. Krikorian.
Here.
Lee.
Present.
Martinez.
Present.
O'Farrell.
Present.
Price.
Here and present.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Rue.
Present.
Wesson.
Wesson here.
14 members and a quorum, Madam President.
Okay, Madam Clerk, what's the first order of business?
Approval of the minutes of August 11th.
Okay, Mr. Cedillo moves and Mr. Wesson seconds next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Blumenfield moves and Mr. Bonin seconds next.
Madam President, would council like all items to go forthwith today?
Without objection, that will be the order.
Madam President, there is a request to receive and file item 1A inasmuch as the fees have been paid.
Okay, without objection, that will be the order next.
Items 1 and 2 are items noticed for public hearing. Items 3 through 11 are items for which public hearings have been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, without objection, those items are now before us, members. Do you wish to call any of these items specials or introduce an amending motion? Mr. Buscaino?
Item 2, please.
Special for Mr. Buscaino. Any other items, members? All right, seeing none, let's...
Madam President, I'm sorry. Item 10 for an amendment, please.
Do you want to go ahead and read that?
If you can come back to me, yes.
Okay, give me just a second.
You can come back to me, Madam.
Yes, members, let's go ahead and vote on items 3 through 9. Those items, public comment has been satisfied. Mr. Koretz? Did you have a special or an amending motion?
Yes, I'd like to call item 8 special.
Okay. 8 special for Mr. Koretz. Is there an amending motion or do you just want to speak on that item?
I just want to speak on it.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on 3 through 7, item number 9, and item number 11. These items have, the public comment has been satisfied for all these items. So Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, this is for items 3 through 7, 9, and 11. Councilmember Blumenfield?
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin?
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino?
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo?
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson?
Yes.
Koretz?
Yes.
Krikorian?
Aye.
Lee?
Aye.
Martinez?
Aye.
O'Farrell?
Aye.
Price?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Aye.
Rue?
Aye.
Wesson?
Aye.
14 ayes. These items are adopted.
Mr. Krikorian, do you want to introduce your amending motion to item number 10?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I move that the council amend the motion relative to the early childhood education programs and approval processes for child facilities, CF-20-0652, and item 10 on today's agenda to remove instruction number 1A.
I'll second it.
Second that?
And for the record, that's seconded by Councilmember Rue.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and move on to public comment. Why don't you go ahead and read the call-in information and then followed by the city attorney, who's going to read our instructions. Mr. O'Farrell, did you have a... Okay. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. And as indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160535 8466, and then press pound. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press star 9 to request to speak. Again, call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and press pound. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press star 9 to request to speak.
Madam President, would you like me to read the speaking rules out?
Please do.
Thank you. So to members of the public calling in, when it's your turn to speak, please state which of the agenda items you'd like to speak on. You have 1 minute per item to speak, up to 3 minutes total, and if you wish, 1 minute for general public comment. Please speak on the agenda items first before providing general public comment. We'll tell you when your time is up. Please note that item 2 is a hearing to consider CEQA appeals of the Board of Harbor Commissioners' action to certify the final supplemental environmental report for the China Shipping Container Terminal project. Therefore, Madam President, I recommend that we reopen the phone lines after this first public comment period for members of the public who wish to speak on item 2 only. Members of the public will then be able to dial in to speak on item 2. For this first batch of public comment, when speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell whether you're speaking on an agenda item, you will get one brief warning from me or the President. If you do not immediately get clearly on topic or again stray off topic, the President will cut you off and you will forfeit the rest of your speaking time, and we'll move on to the next speaker. We will take 30 minutes total of public comment in this first public comment period. Again, a second public comment period will be provided for item 2 only. And then an additional public comment period will be provided in the special meeting for the item on the special agenda when we go into the special meeting. Finally, for members of the public calling in to speak, as soon as you hear someone address you, you are live in the City Council meeting. If you're also listening to the meeting on your computer, channel 35, or other device, please turn down the volume on those devices immediately. There's a time delay between the live meeting on the broadcast on those devices, and it's going to cause a lot of confusion if you continue to listen on those devices. Thank you, Madam President.
Why don't we go ahead and take the first speaker?
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Mommy!
Speaker, what items do you want to speak on?
All items, including general public comment number.
You have 3 minutes and 1 minute for general. Please begin.
Thank you, bitches. Regarding the 66,000 CD10 lien, it's unconstitutional to discriminate against the racketeering of Weston, Chief of Staff, in those liens. I demand that you waive the lien, give an allowance of 0.01% to the infraction, and you waive all additional charges, knowing that people are becoming homeless because of these liens, unconstitutional. Thank you, FBI. And again, federal racketeering by your staff who go out there and tell people that they're chinchero or trash on their yard
items, please.
It's unconstitutional. What were you going to say, sir?
Please.
Thank you. 42 U.S.C. 1983. The Brown Act, now, in regards to liens 54950/54963, requires the public to weigh in and say what is in the interest of the public's need. And to waive the lien is a public interest so that people do not become discriminated in their communities in CD10 by the Federal Racketeering Club, Jose Huizar, and the staff. But this is regarding CD10, Mr. Herbie, or AKA Herb Wesson Jr., who is under a FBI investigation
So
with
again,
the mayor.
Speaker, you're wandering off topic. I suggest we cut the speaker off and move on to the next person.
Inappropriate.
Okay, let's take the next speaker.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, this is Mimi from CD4. I'd like to just give general comment today, please.
Okay, you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Rental protection should be agenda items. I cannot believe that they're not. You also need to not cancel meetings regarding homelessness and poverty. It's a pandemic. Why are you guys working less? I work full time, and we haven't closed a single day since this began. Why do you all get to be paid more than me and work less than me? Also, I just want to point out how BLM leader Dr. Medina Abdullah was swatted this morning. This is just further proof we need to get rid of this policing. She and her family could have been harmed or killed by their actions. This was a clear scare tactic to try and keep her silent. Also, you need to stop being so disrespectful to callers. So what? Someone says fuck. We're angry and we're scared and you aren't helping us. People are dying. Who cares if we say fuck? Saying shit like, oh, that's so eloquent or wonderful or charming is extremely disrespectful. Again, I remind you to cancel the rent. This pandemic isn't going away anytime soon. Take action now. I yield my time.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, Devin Manny, CD13 for general public comments.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
I'm wondering if the Gang Reduction Committee report specified in item 11 had anything to say about reducing the LAPD and LASD gangs that have been running rampant over the city for the past 10 to 20 years, including maybe even the past century. Perhaps Councilmember Buscaino would have some knowledge on this. Just a thought. Additionally, there seems to be currently a gang of landlords congregating right now in the John Ferraro Council Chamber in City Hall, and I would just love to know if you would be doing anything about that in the upcoming session. Finally, fuck you later.
Next speaker.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Adam Pilarski, general public comment.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Why have you not agendized renter protections? If you ignore the issue, they won't go away, you know. And I know that some of you are more concerned with lining your pockets in the immediate term, but it's important to note that we are in a truly cataclysmic moment. History will judge you for the sickening vulture capitalists that you are. You will be known as the city council that let their people go homeless, hungry, and impoverished during the worst pandemic in over a century. Imagine that your families and children are facing the conditions that you're putting them through right now. What would you do? How can we compel you to take action for the public good? What do we have to do? We should not have to tell you to do your jobs. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Next speaker.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
I will call back for item 2. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
All items and general public comment, please.
Okay, you have 3 minutes for all your items and 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, public. First, the liens, and of course, the item in CD10, item number 1, I'm sorry. Herb Wesson's district, of course, criminally insane, corrupt Herb Wesson. This lien is for $66,187.94, basically taking this person's home. Corrupt, low dog face Herb Wesson. This is immoral. All these liens are immoral. In the middle of a pandemic, not that you people of the corrupt, insane LA City Council, self-serving looters care, because you don't. These liens should be stopped. Abatement, yes, when it's a danger to the public, but these liens should be stopped. People need to have ways to should have ways, you should be figuring out ways to have people stay in their homes. What you are serving the public, the big corporate interest, or big real estate developers lining your pockets instead of serving the public. These liens should be stopped. Item number 3, the mayor, anybody the mayor appoints, his appointment power should be stricken, showing the lack of leadership this pencilhead man of 1,000 speeches makes. He's as corrupt as Herb Wesson and sleazy Marquise Dawson. You're doing liquor licenses, and Herb Wesson is taking vaping money and doing Huizar's bidding on these appointments. Number 12, levying taxes. Are we doing item 12? Well, that's a special meeting, right?
That's a special, so we'll come back to that.
Oh,
later.
okay. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
No problem.
The mayor's appointments should all be stricken down. Items 4 through 11, these are all Dawson's Plum Committee. Plum Committee should be taken out of the city council, period. All land development. I wonder which one of you will put through that motion. The rest of you will probably machine gun him down in the street. It'll never happen. The people of the city don't want Huizar and his father, Herb Wesson, corrupt Herb Wesson, king of homelessness, the city stolen from them. The people want food, not liens placed on their homes.
Sir, do you
Notice
want to move
Dawson
on?
doesn't have one today.
Sir, do you want to
in
move on
his
to your
district.
general public comment now?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yesterday's vote on the Vision Theater, Price, and Wesson, letters from the public are already going to the FBI. We're going to find out who this Black Fund is, the Brotherhood Crusade. They will not run our Vision Theater. No, sir. Your name is going out on so many FBI letters. It's pathetic. You and sleazy Marquise Dawson. Constantly. Why is his chief of staff on the Destination Crenshaw listed on the Secretary of State as the chief financial officer? Why? Why is the city, you people vote trade? Penal Code number 86, public, fellow Angelinos, out of about 5,500 votes, 99% are yes votes. These people don't give a damn about the city. They just care about being reelected. You vote for my stuff, I vote for our stuff. So why do they even show up? So they can call item special and get their name and their face on television and act like.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Yes, it's Eric Previn.
Good morning,
calling from
Mr.
Studio
Previn.
City. I'd like to speak on, you're limiting it to item 1 for the moment. Is that correct?
No, we have not voted on item number 1.
We haven't limited. Just go ahead, Mr. Previn.
Go ahead.
Well, what items are open? All of them? I'd like to speak on all of them.
Everything except 12, which is a special meeting.
Okay, so you've got a bunch of planning items in the middle.
No, the
You're
only
gonna talk
items
about
that are
item
left
1.
are 1, 8, and 10. Go ahead.
Yeah. So item number 1 is LADBS applies liens to people. Building and safety inspector will come out, and this is, let's say you have a shed in your backyard. You have to pay a code violation inspection fee of $356, which must be paid when you've been issued an order to comply. And then late penalties, combined with that original fee, will total more than $1,246, and a non-compliance fee of an additional $660 will be assessed if you fail to get an extension within 15 days. So this is just egregious beyond belief, as everybody knows. And you've got one on the agenda today for $66,000, Herb Wesson, which is extremely fishy because Beatrice Maldonado hands it over to a group called Smart Solar Energy. It looks like somebody's trying to avoid, and now there's a $66,000 lien on the property. It smells to high heaven. And I'd like to thank Avak Kawadian, who I know you're considering sticking in as a CLA placeholder for CD14. terrible mistake. This is a man who told me directly he doesn't believe that the public should attend city council meetings because it interrupts the work that the city council is doing.
So I think you're sliding off
heard.
topic, Mr. Previn. Please get back on topic. Get back on topic, please.
Item 10. Yeah, sure. So item 10 is the one that Mr. Krikorian has put in a nice little amendment on, but it was hard to track. And when you do amendments, here's the thing, okay? You need to reopen for public comment. In this case, that's okay, but for item 29 yesterday, that was a disaster because you increased from $250 to $265 million the ask for the state. We were going to ask the state for that money. And you didn't reopen it for any comment at all, so that's considered a Brown Act violation. It's extremely upsetting because this entire protocol of public hearings has been dramatically and arbitrarily truncated by the new council president, Nury Martinez. Why is she limiting to 30 minutes public comment when there are so many pressing issues? And why have they dropped every Friday city council meeting?
Okay, so Mr. Previn, you're off topic yet again.
I'm sorry, this is a reasonable thing to know. When do I go to my general public comment?
All right, let's go to general.
Well, again, that's an arbitrary shortening, but I'll do it as a courtesy, Paul, because I know that you prefer to sit quietly rather than interrupt the public when they speak, and yet you feel compelled to do it. So who's pushing you to do that? I don't know. But I will say, continuing with my theme, that where we have had people marching literally in the streets by the thousands, the city council and the county board of supervisors, who cannot be exempt because they've canceled half of their meetings, has been engaged in a process of pretending that they only have 30 minutes to hear from the public who have a lot to say. And I'm speaking about that process because I have a lot to say, but I don't get to say it. And it's because this process has been hijacked. No good crisis should go to waste. And the city council, if they had their druthers, would never see another member of the public again. All of this zooming is to your liking because Fauble can sit and cherry pick who gets to speak. Mix it up, curate, oh, here's some critics, so how can the critics complain? And yet when the money is on the screen, like yesterday when David Rue was, believe it or not, trying to stand on high ethical ground and say, we're going to look at the planning.
Thank you,
This is a
Mr.
man
Previn.
who's
Your
taken
time is up.
tons of contributions from attorneys related to development, from others who are not technically developers as he.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Gina Viola, general public comment, please.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
I'm going to further what Mr. Previn was saying and tell you that the last several months have really shown your disdain for the public comment. This is outrageous, what you're making us go through to have 60 seconds to speak to you in a pandemic where 100,000 folks are going to be evicted within the next several weeks, adding to what already is an outrageous crisis in our city, the houseless issue. What are you people doing? What are you doing there? You're doing nothing. You're doing nothing to protect renters. You're doing nothing to protect people from losing their homes. You're doing nothing to protect people from the most murderous police department that harassed Dr. Abdullah at her home today. What are you folks doing there? You can't even listen to public comment because you know you're not doing anything. What you are doing is greenlighting developers. That's all you're good for. That is one thing I have learned from March 1st to today. I know without a shadow of a doubt, all of you, that's all you care about, is gentrifying this.
Thank you, Speaker.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Jessica, public comment.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to call about the canceling rent. I live in Northridge, and it's kind of getting harder here. We need, please, cancel rent. I have not found any job that's willing to pay me enough to help my mom, and I need the rent to be canceled. LA, all of us, we all need help. Yeah, please cancel rent. Do something. Like, this is not right. I yield my time.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Yes, I would like to speak on items, all of them, and general public comment. You bully cunt, please.
You have 3 minutes and 1 minute of general public comment. Please go ahead.
Herb Wesson, What are you doing? Look at that lien. CD10, $66,000. Now, I know that that person did not pay off the building inspector, and that's his fault. I know he didn't donate to your campaign, and I know you wanted that contribution to your office holder account. But that's in the past now, because Dayron Williams, your chief of staff, is going to federal prison, Herb. So you need to tell Nuri Martinez, file and receive that lien. Because despite our past controversies, I want to see you raise your grandbaby not behind federal prison bars, okay? I'm trying to help, actually. Now, Bob Blebenbleel, a.k.a. Bill Blobenbleld, Mr. fucking Ethics. Yeah, CD3. You keep talking shit about my good friend Mr. Weezer, but look at your lien. Hypocrite. Waive your lien too. Then we have Sleazy Marqueezy from the hood in CDE. And we all know, according to the FBI documents, Mr. Marqueezy is known as Weezer 2.0. What's that about? So we ask you to waive your lien. And all of you, Monica, you fat fucking cunt. In CD7, you've got a lien. I'm shaming all of you that want to take people's homes during a pandemic. I'm on the 101 freeway southbound. I'm going to see your good buddies down there near the courthouse. And I see homelessness everywhere. You want to make more people homeless with those liens? Is that the Nuri Martinez plan? Is that why I fought for her presidency, so we could get liens on people's property? No. So we want all those liens, and we want them waived now. Now, regarding the commission appointment on the Civil Commission, Mr. Cedillo suggested, and he would never say that I have to, but he asked that I not call her a fucking cunt. Yes, I will abide by that wish. I will honor Mr. Cedillo because he's a good man. I will not call her a fucking cunt, and I will support her nomination on that panel. Then we get to Mr. FD15, number 2.
Please go ahead with your general public comment.
Oh, is it general public comment time? Okay. So, what do we have? We have a turmoil in CD10. You're going to hear a knock on the door, I hear, real soon. Hello? FBI! And you know what's going to happen, right? Dayron Williams is going to try to spill out Mr. Wesson. Shame on you, Dayron. Now you stand up for your boss. You keep your mouth closed. Mr. Wesson told you don't talk to the FBI. And Mr. Weezer told you don't talk to the... Don't you do that. Now you stand up. And you stand up and be counted. Thank God for Jose Weezer. Without Jose Weezer, downtown would look like downtown Beirut instead of all those beautiful buildings. And we want Mr. Weezer to keep getting paid. We don't want that.
Thank you, Mr. Spindler. Next caller.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Item 1, general public comment, please.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay, so item 1, I want to say I agree with Mr. Spindler and pretty much everyone else that has spoken today. Fuck all the liens. They're all BS. Guess that's all I have to say. General public comment, 1 minute.
Go ahead.
Okay, on that, I'd like to say, yeah, FOBL needs to back off and be much nicer to the public commenters. You look at any other city, well, actually a lot of other cities, not any, there are exceptions. A lot of there are pretty bad, but a lot of others in California, they actually care about the public commenters. They're professional. and they know how to deal with the gadflies, so-called gadflies, instead of just being an asshole like Fable. God bless Wayne. God bless Herman. Everyone else. I miss everyone else. I haven't seen them. Yeah, thank you.
Next caller.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Camille. I'd like to speak on all items in general public comment.
Okay, you have 3 minutes and 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Regarding item 1, I'd also just like to speak out against the liens. They're just an example of the corruption on the council and how you guys use the immense power that you guys have to bully our citizens. With regards to item 3, I would just like to remind Mrs. Ivy that nobody has to be white to uphold the liberal white supremacy that is rampant on our city council. And I would hope that she recognizes that in her position as an appointment from the mayor that her job is essentially worthless, and she'll spend the next 4 years just being the fancy rubber stamp for the mayor while you guys do nothing for the city, unless we are able to vote all you guys out or recall you guys and get some people in the city council who actually care. With regards to item 8, I am strongly in favor of covering the city as much as we can with trees. People who walk around the city, I know you guys don't do that, but people who actually walk through the city really rely on the shade covering that we get on sidewalks as a means to beat the heat. I know you guys don't even open cooling centers until the very last minute. You guys look out and be like, oh, it's hot today. Oh, shit, we should open some cooling centers. But one thing that helps people while you guys abandon us is just to have trees in the city. So I would strongly support covering the city with as many trees as possible. And moving on to general public comment, Mitch O'Farrell, why do you cancel every single homelessness committee meeting when you are the chair? People die every day in the district that are unhoused. Project Roomkey is still a failure. There's so many issues that you have not addressed in your position as committee chair, and every single meeting gets canceled. So I hope August 19th we actually have a meeting, Snitchell failure. I really, really fucking hope so. We have a housing committee meeting today at 3 o'clock. Are you guys going to work on canceling rent at all? Marquise Harris Dawson, I know that you don't give a shit about Slauson and Crenshaw since Nipsey Hussle died, but your only response is just to board up the alley for 18 months because LAPD and Eric Garcetti want you to. Go out in your district and serve your people, you fucking sellout. And lastly, I would just like to remind everybody here that all the dumb motherfuckers on our city council are doing all this as a means of just rising over policing the city. Fuck the Olympics, no Olympics, fuck all of you.
Next
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Oh, I was wanting to speak on item number 2, so I will call back when item number 2, the hearing, is open.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker.
Please 1 minute, general public comment. You canceled me all, you fucking cunt.
Mr.
1 minute.
Mr. Herman.
Herman, you cut me off my last minute of general public comment.
And we cut you off because you were off topic several times when we warned you. So we're going to cut you off now.
1983.
Next
Fuck
speaker.
you.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Catherine. I'd like to speak on item 8 and general public comment.
You have 1 minute for your item and 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. For item 8, I also wanted to support the covering of trees for the city. I know that goes against what the LAPD wants, but it actually will keep people alive. And also, I'm not sure if you guys remember, but global warming is still an issue, and getting more trees in the city is a good thing all around. I want to now address the issue of the renter relief. It's absolutely insane that there's no items on the agenda to discuss rent relief or rent cancellation.
Okay, so that's general public comment.
And the unhoused population is going to truly skyrocket. And you guys are already ignoring those people. So I can't even fathom what it's going to be like when that population continues to grow. I also want to uplift the name of Brianna Moore, who was an unhoused resident of Echo Park Lake, who died this week. She was 18 years old. And when we tell you, Mitch O'Farrell, that people are dying every day in your district, we mean it. These people have names and faces and families. So please consider the fact that your negligence is what is allowing these people to die in the streets every day. You absolutely must do something. Whenever I email your office, I'm told, oh, like all these things are out of our hands. If there was something we could do, we would do it. You can do something. You can get involved and cancel rent and protect the most vulnerable citizens of the city. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, this is Jordan. I'm CD13. I'm calling for item number 8 and then public comment.
Okay, you have 1 minute for each. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So I just want to just echo support that was just given for item number 8 to get more trees in. That's actually part of Nithya Raman's plan for her environmental platform, which hopefully she'll be up there in one of those seats after this fall.
Can you make it?
We need the shade, especially for our homeless population. There is a shade.
12 points, so it could be one page.
We have such a lack of green space in our city in general. We have basically no green space for any of our communities. So even just having that like in your community will be great for just mental health as well. And then I also, for the public comment, I want to talk about like, why are we not talking about rent protections? Like right now, the EDD money has run out. There are so many people who are literally out of work, who've spent months in a career field, years putting themselves into a line of work, and that has been taken away from them. What are they supposed to do? Are they just, are we just, how do you expect us to survive in 2 or 3 months? It's just unconscionable that you're not doing anything about this. You're just sitting back. You guys had a lottery. That's bullshit. We deserve so much better. Instead, we have Mitch O'Farrell doing some time thing, like City Hall meeting at a Scientology media production looking stage. What the fuck was that? Like, this is a farce. You guys can do better. Like, once we're kicked out of our homes, people aren't just going to be aren't going to be just honking horns outside of yours. So let's get it together, guys. I yield my time.
Okay, that concludes our public comment for today's meeting. Madam Clerk, go ahead and vote on item 1. Go ahead and open the roll.
Thank you, Madam President. And this is on items 1B through H. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Aye.
14 ayes. These items are adopted.
Okay, let's move on to item number 8, which was called special by Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to mention that I'm supportive of this as it supports the work that we've been doing for the past several years. But generally, I'm surprised to see this item on the agenda, and my long-suffering sister motion, the Protected Tree Ordinance, which was approved the same day in Public Works in December, is not on the agenda with it. I'd like to ask staff to reach out to my office with an explanation of where the Protected Tree Ordinance motion is in the process and when it will be scheduled in council, particularly since we've lost trees that should have been protected during the period in which we've been waiting. So having said that, of course, I will support this item.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Koretz. Let's go ahead and open the roll on this item, item number 8.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin. Councilmember Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue,
Aye.
Wesson.
Aye.
14 ayes. This matter is adopted.
Let's move on to item number 10, amended by Mr. Krikorian. Let's go ahead and vote on that item as amended. Let's go ahead and open the roll.
Blumenfield,
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin,
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino,
Aye.
Cedillo,
Aye.
Harris Dawson,
Yes.
Koretz,
Aye.
Krikorian,
Aye.
Lee,
Aye.
Martinez,
Aye.
O'Farrell,
Aye.
Price,
Aye.
Rodriguez,
Aye.
Rue,
Aye.
Wesson.
Aye.
14 ayes. This matter is adopted as amended.
Okay, members, let's recess our regular meeting and go into our special meeting at this time. We have item number 12 on our special meeting.
May I call the roll, Madam President?
Let's go ahead and call the roll on our special meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Blumenfield,
Blumenfield, present.
Bonin,
Bonin, present.
Buscaino,
Present.
Cedillo,
Present.
Harris Dawson,
Here.
Koretz,
Present.
Krikorian,
Here.
Lee,
Present.
Martinez,
Present.
O'Farrell,
Present.
Price,
Present.
Rodriguez,
Here.
Rue,
Present.
Wesson.
Listen here.
14 members and a quorum, Madam President.
So, Madam President, I'm going to read
Before
out...
we do that, Madam Clerk, let's send this agenda item forthwith.
Thank you,
Okay?
Madam President.
Without objection. Okay. Now this item is now before us. Go ahead, Mr. City Attorney.
Yes, I'm just going to read in the call information one more time very briefly. We'll take 10 minutes of public comment. This is only for item 12, which is the ordinance for several interest and sinking funds regarding bond indebtedness for the city for fiscal year 2020-2021. That's the only thing that can be discussed, and because it's a special meeting, we're not taking general public comment. So the numbers again are call 669-254-5252. That's 669-254-5252, and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466. Once again, that's 160-535-8466, and press pound. Then press pound again when prompted for the participant ID. Once you're admitted to the meeting, press *9 to request to speak. And again, this is for item 12 only, and no general public comment.
Okay, let's go ahead and take the first speaker.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Yes, it's Eric Previn from Studio City.
Go ahead, you have a minute.
Okay, so this is a complicated matter regarding our tax rate and ordinance, and I thought we were going to item number 2, but I'm prepared to speak on this one as well. The controller will be instrumental in publishing these rates, and there's going to be a decrease from 2019-20 to 2020-21 from 0.018 to 0.016, a decrease of 0.0015.
Sure.
Galperin is doing an astonishingly good job of paying out to council district offices during the pandemic. In fact, we've seen incredible increases among staff, like Caro Tarosian got a 27% increase year over year, which is just shocking. And the former council president Wesson's
okay,
Alexis
could we get back more
Morin
directly onto the item,
Wesson.
Mr. Previn?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about Galpern's astonishingly good work at identifying large raises for political players inside
Which
the
is
council
not
district
directly
office.
relevant to this item. Please stick to the item.
Well, I'm trying, but we have so much at stake. We're talking about the value of
Okay, you're
this
not
is
speaking on the item. Let's go ahead and take the next
6.59%.
speaker. Thank you,
I
Mr.
am.
Previn.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Speaker, you there?
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
I'd like to speak on item 12, Mommy, if I could.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. All right. So I was talking to Gil the other day about this item. I support it. Now, what I don't like is Sharon So has not had a chance to complete a financial analysis of the report. She has some doubts about it. Maybe you want to take her up there and question her. Now, do I trust our controller? No. Do I trust our mayor? No. Do I trust Sharon So? Absolutely. So I don't trust those two because the controller and the city attorney are both fucking faggots. That's why I don't trust
So,
both of
Mr.
them.
Spindler,
They will
get back
fuck
on
anybody.
topic.
They will fuck anybody like Fable will fuck
Thank you,
anybody.
Mr.
All right,
Spindler. You're
off
not on
topic.
topic. Next speaker.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Item number 12.
Please
Go
go ahead.
Thank you. It's incredible the rudeness you have to the public. Thought police. Levying taxes. Item number 12, thought police. Relative city attorney and ordinance first consideration relative to levying taxes and setting tax rates. To the average person, they don't know what the hell this item is about. So how can you respect the public and take public comment about tax rates when the public doesn't know what this item is about? This is a violation of the public's interest. Recommendations for council subject to approval of the mayor. The mayor is a criminal. He shouldn't be approving anything. The city of LA is in a shortfall of funds. We know that because not just because of COVID and the economy.
Thank you, sir.
City.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
1 minute, special 12, Herman.
Go ahead.
Complicated to understand that Ron Galbraith, the controller, has been doing a ridiculous, shocking job with large financial reports that show us levying taxes and setting increases is a violation of our constitutional protection from RICO. In public interest, RICO is not because we decide what is good in the public interest, but we're horribly going wrong with faggot Galbraith. It's ridiculous that our mayor doesn't
would you please get back on topic?
Because he's a fucking faggot. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, Mr. Herman, thank you. Let's move on to the next speaker.
Please state your name.
This is Janet Gunter, San Pedro Peninsula Homeowners United, and I'm trying to speak on item number 2.
Oh, well,
We're not there yet. We're on item number 12, our special meeting.
Okay, I've been on hold so long I lost track of where you're at. Okay, I'll call back.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Please state your name. Hello? Please state your name.
No one there?
Speak on.
Please state your name. You're speaking on
Yeah,
item 12.
I'm also here to speak on item number 2 as well.
No, we're not there yet, sir. So we're on item number 12 of our special meeting. Can you call back?
Okay. Yeah, I can call back.
All right, thank you.
Please state your name. You're speaking on item 12.
Speaker? I think there's no one on that line.
Please state your name. You're speaking on item 12. Speaker? Please state your name. You're speaking on item 12.
Apparently no one on that line.
Please state your name. You're speaking on item 12. Please state your name. You're speaking on item 12.
I yield my time. Fuck you.
Okay. Next speaker.
Please state your name. You're speaking on item 12. Please state your name. You're speaking on item 12.
My name is Stacy Dawson Stearns, otherwise known as I Yield. I'm speaking in general comment because you guys have cut me off 2 times in a row.
And we're cutting you off now. Thank you.
Please state your name. You're speaking on item 12.
Hello.
Yes, do you want to speak on item 12?
Oh, I've been trying to get through for a while now. My name is Marty Serta. I wanted to speak on general comment, and I wanted to speak
we're not doing general public comment now. This is just item 12.
Okay, I'll call back then. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the speakers for item number 12. Members, you have any questions? We have Matt Crawford from the Controller's Office with us. If you have any questions for him. Seeing none, let's go ahead and prepare to vote on this item. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
For item number 12, Councilmember Blumenfield.
Blumenfield.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Aye.
And back to Councilmember Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Thank you.
14 ayes. This matter is adopted.
Okay, let's go ahead and adjourn the special meeting and return to our regular meeting. And Madam Clerk, why don't you go ahead and call the roll?
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Present.
Cedillo. Cedillo.
Present.
Harris Dawson.
Here.
Koretz.
Present.
Krikorian.
Here.
Lee.
Present.
Martinez.
Present.
O'Farrell.
Present.
Price.
Present.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Rue.
Present.
Wesson.
Here.
14 members and a quorum, Madam President.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and take up item number 2 now. Mr. Buscaino, you call this item special. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, first and foremost, I want to thank the members of the public who have waited patiently to speak on item number 2 that's now before us, including port staff, port commissioners, colleagues. On October 8th of 2019, the Board of Harbor Commissioners certified the Supplemental Environmental Impact Report for the China Shipping Container Terminal. Subsequently, 4 appeals were filed with the city clerk. I'd like to call on our Port Director, Gene Soroka, to give a brief presentation. And I believe he is on with us. If we can fold him in. Mr. Soroka will give a brief presentation, and then at which point we'll turn to comments from the public and then comments from the colleagues. And then I'll be more than happy to close it out.
Mr. Soroka, we're letting him into the meeting. Hold on for just a second, Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
If the public would just bear with us for a moment while we get Mr. Soroka into the Zoom meeting.
Yeah, it appears that we're having some technical issues, so just bear with us. To the members of the public who are waiting to speak on this item, just bear with us. We're having some technical issues. And it'll be a while before we get to you because we first have Mr. Soroka's actual presentation. And then the appellants or applicants are also going to speak. Okay, members, we're going to have to take a 5-minute break. We're having continue to have technical issues, and if I ask members of the public who've called in, please stay on the line, stay put. We're going to try to fix this as soon as possible. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Soroka, for your patience.
Yes.
All right, why don't we get started? Mr. Soroka, can you hear us?
Yes. Good morning, Madam President.
Good morning. Go ahead, sir. Mr. Soroka, do you have any other devices near you? We just need you to turn those down because we're getting feedback.
Yeah, they're all closed down, Madam President.
Okay, you're good to go. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Madam President, honorable city council members, stakeholders, and members of the public. My name is Gene Soroka. I'm the executive director at the Port of Los Angeles and concurrently hold the position of City of Los Angeles Chief Logistics Officer. Joining me this morning is the Los Angeles Harbor Commission, led by President Jamie Lee, Vice President Ed Renwick, Commissioners Anthony Perozzi, Diane Middleton, and Lucia Moreno Linares. We're here this morning to seek your approval of the final supplemental environmental impact report and the denial of the appeals for container terminal located at berths 97 to 109, also known as China Shipping. Next slide, please. As a reminder for those viewing, China Shipping's terminal is located at the northwest side of the Port of Los Angeles in the community of San Pedro, some 20 miles south of downtown LA. Next slide, please. This terminal processed nearly 16% of all of our containerized cargo during the last fiscal year. It supported more than 80,000 direct and indirect jobs and is crucial to future environmental improvements, which will open the pathway for transition to zero emissions technology here at the Port of Los Angeles. Thus, today, certification of this final supplemental EIR is a win-win for both skilled labor and the environment. Please take the slides down for now. When I became executive director here at the Port of Los Angeles in the summer of 2014, staff brought to my attention the languishing compliance with 11 of the 52 mitigation and lease measures in the 2008 China Shipping Expansion Environmental Impact Report. As a problem solver, I immediately brought this issue to the public, owning it and stating that I would fix it in order to rebuild trust and start with full disclosure of all these circumstances. Therefore, identifying implementable and feasible mitigation measures was the task at hand to protect jobs and lower emissions throughout the port complex. Without hesitation, I directed staff to begin a supplemental environmental impact report to bring about legal compliance and to ensure that we fulfill our obligations under the California Environmental Quality Act for this terminal. The goal being to put feasible mitigation measures into the permit number 999 so they can be implemented and enforced. In parallel fashion, we also began a dialogue with key stakeholders, including the Natural Resources Defense Council and their clients, to set out the steps that would take us back on track. In summary, when the 2008 EIR was approved for the container terminal, these were the early days of the Clean Air Action Plan here at the port. And there were several newly proposed technologies that the port included as mitigation measures in the hope they could become proven and implementable. These were cutting-edge proposals, especially in the area of clean trucks, but also included other technologies. And unfortunately, it became abundantly clear that neither the technology nor the proposed implementation proved feasible. And since CEQA is only pass-fail, which gives no credit for good intentions or honorable attempts, the first of their kind mitigation measures were not implemented as they were infeasible. Now, with the benefit of hindsight and 15 years of experience with the industry-leading Port Clean Air Action Plan, we bring before you today as the Los Angeles City Council proven feasible mitigation measures to make this terminal one of the cleanest, conventional, non-automated operations in the world. I've been in this business for 32 years, living overseas in Asia and the Middle East for 11, and having worked on the ground in 50 countries, I can attest this to be fact to you. From 2015 to 2019, we conducted the required reassessment and feasibility to judge the necessity of each of the measures that were not fully implemented, including responses to many important comments from the public. At the culmination of 5 years of comprehensive reassessment, the Los Angeles Board of Harbor Commissioners unanimously approved the final supplemental document for this container terminal at berths 97 to 109 on October 8th of 2019. After approval of the certification of the final supplemental document, several stakeholders appealed, and that's why we're before you today. We are asking the City Council to approve this final supplemental document and deny all appeals. If we're unable to move forward today, this facility will remain out of compliance with CEQA, and closure of the terminal is a very real possibility. Not only would this prolong an already lengthy process and delay implementation of mitigation measures, but cargo could be diverted to other locations with fewer, if any, environmental controls. This would mean higher emissions, and if cargo leaves our San Pedro Bay Port Complex, could result in the impact of more than 2,500 direct jobs and 80,000 indirect positions being displaced, further adding to the devastating count of 55 million Americans already out of work today. Job loss and sustained pollution are unacceptable outcomes for us here at the port, especially when we do have a path to usher in one of the cleanest conventionally operated, non-automated port facilities in the world. As Executive Director, I believe that staff and I have demonstrated through the approval of the updated Clean Air Action Plan, which was renewed some 6 years ahead of commitments to our community, that our entire organization at the Harbor Department represents to reassert and reaffirm our commitment to clean operations, integrity, and results. Please resume the presentation from slide number 4. Our request of the Los Angeles City Council today is to certify the final supplemental environmental impact report and deny all appeals. And as the Los Angeles Board of Harbor Commissioners did on October 8th of 2019, adopt the findings and statement of overriding considerations, adopt the supplemental mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and finally, approve the revised project, which is absolutely necessary to complete permit discussions with our private sector tenant that would include all lease and mitigation measures into permit number 999. Next slide, please. The original 2008 EIR had 49 mitigation measures and 3 lease measures. Of these, 10 mitigations and 1 lease measure were not fully implemented. Next slide, please. The 2019 supplemental document assesses the feasibility of measures that were not fully implemented. Upon approval of the revised project for the berths 97 through 109, we will have 48 mitigation measures and 4 lease measures for all environmental requirements. The next slides show a side-by-side comparison of the mitigation measures from the 2008 EIR and the 2019 supplemental document. In the interest of time, we'll focus on certain key measures next. Next slide, please. The mitigation measure of air quality number 9 addresses shore power, or the alternative marine power concept. The 2009 supplemental document modifies this from requiring 100% of China's shipping vessels to plug in to 95% of all vessels calling that terminal to plug into the electrical grid. This should significantly increase the amount of ships plugging into shore power because the number of ships captured now is substantially larger, therefore reducing emissions further. Next slide, please. Mitigation measure on air quality numbers 15, 16, and 17 address cargo handling equipment on our terminal tarmac. The 2019 supplemental document reviews each category for equipment feasibility, and these changes represent what we found to be the cleanest feasible technology in each of these segments, and not what is hoped for the future. Next slide, please. We've added a new lease measure, and this is extremely important, a first of its kind, which requires the terminal to alert the Los Angeles Harbor Department of any time it is planning to purchase new equipment and confirm that that equipment unit is the cleanest available subject to feasibility. In the end, this could require the equipment to be better and cleaner than what is stated in the mitigation measures today. This is what we call a reopener. We've also added another lease measure on air quality number 3 that will require an electric yard tractor demonstration project with at least 10 units to be tested and it must be carried out in the first 2 years after this permit is signed. Next slide, please. Mitigation on air quality number 20 addresses the requirement of the previous EIR's 100% use of liquid natural gas heavy-duty trucks. The 2019 supplemental document recommends removal of this mitigation measure for 3 reasons. Number 1, terminals do not control trucks. These are contracts normally situated with cargo owners, shippers, and shipping lines. The terminal has no control. The technology for LNG trucks unfortunately never gained enough traction. In fact, there are just a little more than 700 LNG trucks today out of 18,000 that are licensed to do business here at the Twin Ports. And lastly, a better use of resources, in our collective opinion, along with those of expert advice, for greater reduction in impacts is our Clean Truck Program, of which we called for a second iteration, and the benefits will stretch across the South Coast Air Basin. Next slide, please. Another first of its kind lease measure on greenhouse gases number 1. The 2019 supplemental document contains a new greenhouse gas impact analysis, which candidly will exceed the South Coast Air Quality Management District's greenhouse gas threshold. Therefore, we will require a first of its kind $2 million contribution to a new Los Angeles Harbor Department greenhouse gas fund, which will be one of the most aggressive in the world. The money will either go to a GHG reducing project or used to purchase reduction credits. Next slide, please. Just as a reminder, and before my time, the beginning of the Clean Air Action Plan and Clean Truck Program dating back to 2005 has yielded extraordinary results not seen anywhere on the globe. The truck diesel particulate matter, the exhaust that comes out of the tailpipe, has been reduced by 96% since 2005. Nitrogen oxides have been reduced by 60%, and sulfur oxides are down by 98%. Next slide, please. If this project does not move forward today, one or more of the following outcomes may occur. Cargo could be diverted, putting our jobs at risk or creating greater pollution, depending on the lack of environmental requirements. Delay in investment in technology will slow down our transition to zero emissions. We are inside the 10-year window right now to be on last generation equipment so we could begin migrating to ZE. That must take place. And in fact, this may prevent us from a world-leading greenhouse gas fund and that $2 million contribution. Next slide, please. In conclusion, it has been 5 years since I disclosed these issues to the public, claimed ownership, and committed to fix them. Once the CEQA process, including all appeals, is complete, we can finally get to the work of replacing the equipment on this terminal and implementing the measures I've outlined. Approving this supplemental document is absolutely a win-win, and we are not trying to pit any group against the other. We will have one of the cleanest conventionally non-automated terminals anywhere in the world that will project and protect our skilled jobs now and into the future. It'll support our local economy as we attempt to recover from the travails we've witnessed, and we will continue in line with our CAP goals to move towards zero emissions technology as it becomes feasible. Last slide, please. To repeat, our request of the Los Angeles City Council today is that you certify this final supplemental EIR and deny all appeals. Following the Los Angeles Board of Harbor Commissioners' unanimous vote on October 8th of 2019, please adopt the findings and statement of overriding considerations, adopt the supplemental mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and finally approve the revised project, which is so necessary for us to complete permit discussions with our private sector tenant that would include all lease and mitigation measures written into permit number 999. Madam President and council members, I thank you for your time this morning and available to answer any questions you may have today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Soroka. I'm going to go ahead and have the appellants speak at this time. I believe there is 3.
Yeah. So
we're going to start with the first one. I do want to note that Lonnie Mayer has yielded the time to Claire Woods. So at this time, I'm not sure if we can get Claire Woods, how we can tell whether she's on the phone or not, but
Yeah.
Lonnie's yielded their time, so we're going to give Claire Woods 10 minutes. Each appellant speaker is going to have 5 minutes each.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Just for the record, Claire Woods is from the National Resources Defense Council, and she has 5 minutes plus the 5 minutes from the other appellant. So if
That
we
is
could-
correct. So she has a total of 10. Is she on the line?
So,
Ms. Woods?
Yes.
Claire Woods.
Hello.
Hi, Claire Woods.
Hi, yes. Good morning, Madam President and honorable council members.
Good morning.
My
You
name
have
is
10
Claire.
minutes.
My name is Claire Woods, and I represent a coalition of community members and environmental justice organizations in an appeal of the Harbor Commission certification of the final SEIR for the China shipping terminal. We're here today because in 2008, the port promised that it would adopt about a dozen health protective measures for ships, trucks, and equipment at the terminal. Instead, the port hid its illegal emissions for nearly a decade, and during that time, communities who already breathe some of the most toxic air in the LA basin shouldered even more pollution. We oppose the SEIR because it ignores the terminal's unlawful past excess emissions and fails to account for the future excess emissions that will occur as a result of the terminal's continued operation. The SEIR also rejects entirely feasible mitigation measures, including zero emission technologies that are available now and can be implemented today. Additionally, the port has repeatedly violated a court-approved settlement agreement regarding our operations at the terminal. In recent submissions, the port tries to excuse itself from meeting these obligations by relying on COVID-19 and related economic turmoil. But in reality, the communities that live around the port need environmental protections now more than ever. Recent studies have shown that those who have been exposed to pollution like air pollution from the port and its operations are most susceptible to COVID-19. And the mitigation measures the port dismisses don't have the dire economic consequences that the port claims. They can be implemented without losing jobs. Instead of facing these facts, the port seeks to roll back the environmental protections it committed to more than a decade ago. But CEQA requires much more. Specifically, CEQA requires all feasible mitigation necessary to avoid or reduce significant adverse effects on the environment. And under CEQA, it's the port's burden to show that the mitigation it previously committed to is now infeasible. The port has entirely failed to do that in the SEIR. Now, to fully grasp the importance of today's appeal, we need to rewind to the late 1990s, when the port began constructing the terminal without preparing a project-specific EIR. We filed suit in 2001 and won in the Court of Appeal. Only after that loss and a subsequent 2004 settlement with our clients did the port complete the required EIR. That 2008 EIR included clean air measures for ships, trucks, and equipment. But shortly thereafter, the port secretly promised China Shipping that it would face no consequences for violating the EIR's requirements for reducing pollution from ships. It's no secret that these waivers lasted a number of years. In total, the port failed to implement nearly a dozen measures it promised to adopt. These mitigation measures would have significantly reduced emissions from the terminal. And instead of rectifying these past failures, the SEIR disclaims responsibility and refuses to adopt feasible mitigation measures as required by CEQA. Now, the SEIR is unlawful under CEQA for a number of reasons that are more fully described in our written appeal. However, I'll highlight a few of them today. First, the SEIR fails to properly analyze and disclose impacts of the terminal, including the past excess emissions that were caused by its failure to comply with the 2008 EIR and the future excess emissions that will occur under the SEIR as compared to the 2008 requirements. Second, the SEIR is unlawful because it includes mitigation commitments that are entirely unenforceable. The port says the mitigation measures will be implemented after a renewed lease with China Shipping. However, the port fully admits that it's impossible to know when or whether China Shipping will sign a new lease. You just heard Mr. Soroka admit that further discussions will be needed with the tenant regarding changes to Permit 999. In fact, the record is replete with evidence that China Shipping will not agree to a lease amendment. In the past, China Shipping refused to incorporate the 2008 EIR mitigation measures into its lease. Why is now any different? Under CEQA, mitigation measures for significant impacts must be fully enforceable. The measures included in the SEIR are not enforceable, and thus the SEIR violates CEQA. Third, the SEIR is unlawful because it fails to show that the 2008 mitigation measures are infeasible and fails to adopt additional mitigation measures that are feasible today. To be clear, under CEQA, the port can't delete or modify the mitigation in the 2008 EIR unless it shows that each measure is infeasible. I'll briefly describe a few of the ways the port has failed to carry that burden. First, requiring 100% of ships to plug into shoreside power is feasible. The SEIR creates an exemption from this requirement, but shore power is critical to reducing local air pollution because it requires ships to plug into the cleaner electricity grid rather than idle, spewing pollution directly into the surrounding community. The port has not shown that the shoreside power requirement is infeasible. Indeed, where ships can't plug into shoreside power, the port can require alternative at-berth emissions mitigation. Additionally, transitioning to zero emissions trucks is also feasible. The port offers 3 reasons to support its infeasibility claims, none of which hold up. First, the port contends that China Shipping can't control the trucks that haul cargo through the terminal. This is simply not true. China Shipping has the ability to control truck access by implementing a priority access system for cleaner trucks. If it can do that, it can also restrict the entry of diesel trucks entirely. Second, the port argues that it's not feasible to require cleaner trucks at only one of its terminals. But the port fails to explain why it can't implement a port-wide solution. The port's own Clean Air Action Plan calls for zero emission equipment port-wide by 2035. Third, the port argues that zero emission equipment is not available in the market. But that's just not true. Zero emission trucks are commercially available today. The cargo handling equipment measures in the 2008 EIR are also feasible, particularly in light of the mayor's commitment to zero emission cargo handling equipment by 2030. However, I believe the representative from South Coast AQMD is going to discuss these measures in further detail, so I won't discuss them further here. Finally, the port failed to adopt an adequate mitigation monitoring and enforcement program as required under CEQA. The SEIR merely copies and pastes the same program that proved disastrous under the 2008 EIR. Mimicking the failed 2008 program is plainly inadequate given the port's history of non-compliance. At the very least, the program should include a requirement to disclose the status of all mitigation and establish an independent oversight committee fully funded to audit the mitigation implementation. The port now offers 2 excuses for the SEIR's relaxation of mitigation requirements, both of which are inadequate. First, the port argues that more stringent environmental controls will cost jobs or lead to economic instability. However, the port can comply with the law and not lose jobs. To be clear, zero emissions technology does not mean that jobs will be eliminated. The zero emission trucks that are on the road right now still have human beings driving them. If there are specific technologies that the port contends would lead to automation, we would be willing to work with the port and the unions to support manually operated equipment to minimize or avoid job loss. Second, and relatedly, the port argues that the COVID-19 crisis requires approval of the SEIR. As local residents, our clients understand firsthand how COVID-19 has impacted the communities that surround the port. There have been nearly 5,000 deaths in LA County, with over 1,600 cases in San Pedro and nearly 1,400 cases in Wilmington. We have deep sympathy for all those who have been personally affected by this crisis. However, COVID-19 does not excuse the port's violation of CEQA, nor does the recent pandemic excuse the removal of environmental protections, allowing pollution from the terminal to plague communities for decades into the future. Indeed, if there ever was a time to protect those who are vulnerable to the port's emissions, the time is now. The China shipping terminal is next door to thousands of residents, the closest of whom live only 500 feet away. The area has already had the highest concentration of diesel truck pollution in the LA basin, and residents there suffer from some of the highest cancer risks in the South Coast from breathing polluted air.
Okay, Ms. Woods?
Recent studies.
Ms. Woods, it appears that your time is up. Your 10 minutes are up, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next appellant.
If I could just reiterate what our request is briefly in less than...
Can you just make it really quickly? I need to give everyone the same time.
Yes. So thank you for your consideration of our appeal. In sum, we ask that you reject the board's certification of the SEIR and direct the board to negotiate a new agreement with the community that avoids litigation, keeps the terminal open, provides mitigation to make up for past excess emissions, and commits the port to all feasible mitigation as required by CEQA and as necessary to achieve the mayor's zero emission goals. Thank you.
Thank you. The next appellant is Vera Tiagi from South Coast AQMD. Vera, are you there?
Yes.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
Okay. The State Air Resources Board has actually yielded their 5 minutes to us, so would it be okay if I had the 10 minutes?
I'm sorry, who yielded your time to? Leilani yield their time to Claire.
Right. So Richard Boyd from the State Air Resources Board.
Hold on for just a second. I only have 3 appellant speakers on my notes. Give me just a second, Mr. City Attorney. Vera, who did you say yield their time to you? What organization?
The California Air Resources Board. They're also an appellant. I apologize if we were supposed to have them contact you directly, but I believe the notice told us there was 20 minutes combined for all appellants, and it could be 5 minutes each or divided another way. So
okay, hold on. Let me just get some clarification from the city attorney. Give me just a second. Hold on.
So,
okay.
yes.
All right, thank you.
If the California Air Resources Board yielded its time to you, please take the 10 minutes.
Thank you for the clarification. Go ahead, Vera. You've got 10 minutes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Good morning, Madam President and members of the City Council. My name is Vera Tiagi, and I am a Principal Deputy District Counsel with the South Coast Air Quality Management District. I would like to thank you for scheduling this hearing and providing us with this opportunity to speak to you about the CEQA appeals of the Board of Harbor Commissioners' decision to approve the final supplemental environmental impact report for the China Shipping Container Terminal project. We are concerned because the EIR is legally defective for several reasons. First, it fails to ensure that mitigation measures are enforceable. Second, it fails to require all feasible mitigation. And third, it fails to analyze the air quality impacts without mitigation. We understand the desire to move forward with trying to mitigate as much as we can after the experience with the 2008 EIR, but the best course of action here is for the City Council to take this opportunity to require a lease amendment to incorporate the mitigation measures in the final SEIR and require some additional strengthened measures. If not, the City Council should consider a mitigation fee option, which can be implemented with the compensation agreement, which the China shipping permit specifies is negotiated and adjusted every 5 years. Your decision today could avoid protracted litigation and support the community, the environment, and even the project. I will now explain our concerns in more detail. So why is the South Coast AQMD concerned? This is a massive project with significant air quality impacts. As a result, this project has serious implications on the region's air quality and to the health of nearby residents. For instance, in 2023, the nitrogen dioxide emissions with full mitigation will be 8,827 pounds per day, more than double what they were in 2008 and over 1,000 pounds more per day than they would have been if the project were fully mitigated as it should have been and well over our CEQA significance threshold of 55 pounds per day. Also, the maximum cancer risk will be 25.4 in a million, which is 2.5 times greater than our significance threshold of 10 in a million. So the first deficiency I would like to address is the unenforceability of the identified mitigation measures. Let's remember that this final SEIR reneges on previous commitments to mitigate project impacts. But even these weakened mitigation measures are not guaranteed to occur. This permit or lease with China Shipping, first signed in 2001, grants China Shipping the right to continue to operate for 45 years. The reason the port prepared this final SEIR with the weakened mitigation measures is because the lease was never opened up and amended in 2008 like it was supposed to include the original mitigation measures. And it appears as though the same mistake is happening again. This final SEIR does not provide any kind of time frame for a lease amendment. Instead, the final SEIR at page 2-29 describes an amorphous process where the Board of Harbor Commissioners will consider amending the lease to include the mitigation in a separate proceeding. We have repeatedly asked for certainty about when this lease will be amended, and even in Mr. Soroka's presentation today, none has been provided. There is no legal authority that authorizes this bifurcated approach. At the time you approve this project, you are required to know which mitigation measures will be implemented, when they will be implemented, and how they will be enforced. Without these assurances, the mitigation measures are unenforceable and violate CEQA. Our concerns about uncertain mitigation are further amplified by China Shipping's letter dated October 7, 2019 to the Harbor Department, where they state they expect that the port will be responsible for any and all cost difference between the environmental compliance that is in place now and the elevated standards found in this SEIR for the measures which are applicable to the terminal. They also list the measures that they believe are beyond their control. Unsurprisingly, this combined list includes every single air quality mitigation measure that is proposed in this final SEIR. The port claims in their appeal filings that this is an initial negotiating position, but this should all have been negotiated before you approve this final SEIR. Otherwise, you do not know what will be mitigated, to what extent, and by whom in contravention of CEQA. For this reason, the South Coast AQMD believes that there needs to be an agreement between China Shipping and the port on the mitigation and a commitment to amend the lease to incorporate the measures before you approve the final SEIR. Our second point is that our comment letters identified areas where strengthened mitigation measures should have been required. While we maintain the specific requests we wrote in letters, we would like to highlight two areas to the City Council, specifically relating to zero-emission trucks and the commitment for cargo handling equipment. With respect to the trucks, there has been a new development in the availability of zero-emission trucks that the City Council should consider before approving the final SEIR. On August 7th, the South Coast AQMD Governing Board approved a program announcement announcing that $27 million is now available from the Volkswagen Environmental Mitigation Trust Program to purchase zero-emission Class 8 freight and port drayage trucks. The program will provide an incentive of up to $200,000 per truck on a first-come, first-served basis. Zero-emission drayage trucks are in its nascent phase, with 3 trucks currently commercially available for purchase, as identified on the California Air Resources Board's HVIP eligible vehicle catalog. These include Daimler, operating in North America as Freightliner, the E-Cascadia truck, as well as trucks manufactured by E-Lion and BYD. But there has also been significant interest placed in this technology, and traditional truck makers like Volvo, Peterbilt, and Kenworth, as well as new-to-truck companies like Tesla and Nikola, have made major investments. So we expect the commercial availability of zero-emission drayage trucks to grow significantly in the next couple of years, and the Volkswagen program announcement is an important step. Traditionally powered truck emissions are a significant source of emissions both regionally and to the local community. China Shipping should commit to using some percentage of zero-emission trucks. This requirement could be very impactful given that at full operations, which is from 2030 onwards, China Shipping will be responsible for over 1.5 million truck trips per year. With respect to cargo handling equipment, the South Coast AQMD remains unconvinced that China Shipping cannot strengthen the mitigation measures. The TRAPAC terminal was able to achieve 100% Tier 4 cargo handling equipment at their terminal by 2017, whereas China Shipping is still working towards achieving that standard. There is no explanation to justify why China Shipping cannot be held to the same standard as at least TRAPAC has. In arguing that they cannot meet the standard that other terminals have met, they argue financial infeasibility because of operating budgets and finances, including the loss of the remaining useful life of the equipment. But the EIR and appeal record applies a wrong legal standard for financial infeasibility. The standard is not simply that it is expensive or costs more. Rather, it requires a showing with substantial evidence that the additional cost or lost profitability renders it impracticable to proceed with the project. This standard has not been met. Third, if the City Council has any doubt that the lease will be amended to incorporate the mitigation measures, we ask that you ensure that all possible avenues to require mitigation have been evaluated and exhausted. For instance, the China Shipping permit specifies that compensation provisions, which are based on throughput, will be adjusted every 5 years. The negotiation of the compensation provisions is a discretionary action subject to CEQA. At the very least, this compensation metric certainly allows for the inclusion of mitigation considerations, such as a mitigation fee, so that the board may implement the mitigation measures identified in the final SEIR, especially given China Shipping's statement that they will not be paying for these measures, or other measures to reduce project impacts. This option should be considered prior to project approval. Also, the compensation agreement is based on the throughput at China Shipping. This final SEIR acknowledges that throughput will be greater than what was analyzed in the 2008 CEQA analysis and does analyze that increase. But if this final SEIR is set aside in litigation, then China Shipping should not be allowed to increase throughput beyond the volume identified in the 2008 CEQA document, because the compensation agreement is a form of city approval of the throughput increase that relies on the CEQA analysis. Lastly, it is important to note that the final SEIR never actually analyzes the air quality impacts if these mitigation measures are not imposed. In other words, the EIR does not analyze the full air quality impacts of China Shipping without any mitigation. This violates CEQA's information disclosure provisions and makes the EIR legally defective. It is also important to note where here it means that the City Council and the public do not know what the actual air quality impacts of the project may be. The South Coast AQMD would like to remind the city that this is only the second time we have appealed an approval of a project to you. Please know we do not take this step lightly and only do so when a project has significant air quality impacts, and we believe more can be done and must be done to protect public health. We understand the recent threat of COVID-19 presents both important health and economic concerns, and that government agencies such as this City Council and the South Coast AQMD are working hard to navigate protecting both for our citizens. But the decision you make today affects public health years into the future, well after the anticipated impacts of COVID-19. And there are no mitigation measures in this project that are expected to occur in the near future, because no mitigation is identified as starting until at least 1 year after the permit with China Shipping is amended. It has also been our experience that clean air does not mean less jobs. The mitigation measures we are asking for do not reduce jobs. For these reasons, we think any attempt to use COVID-19 to justify approving this project as is cannot be justified.
All right. Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Mr. City Attorney, it appears that those, the appellant speakers that are going to speak on this item have all spoken. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so. And I do not believe China Shipping has a speaker here. So let's
go ahead and open this item for public comment. I'm going to start with 20 minutes and allowing each side 10 minutes each. If we have to go a little longer, we'll do so. If you can please state when you call in whether you are against or in favor of this item.
And just to remind everyone,
we will keep track of what that is, so I can give each side the same exact time.
Right. And to remind everybody, I'll just read out the information one more time. The number to call in, and this is for item number 2, the China Shipping hearing only. The number is 669-254-5655. 5252. That's 669-254-5252. Use meeting ID number 160-535-8466. That's 160-535-8466. Then press pound, and press pound again when prompted for a participant ID. Once you're in the meeting, press *9 to request to speak. And again, this is not general public comment. It's nothing else. It's only this item, item 2, the China shipping item.
Please state your name and which side you're speaking on.
It's Eric Previn, and I'll be speaking in the middle on the item. I don't have a side yet. Do I have to decide right now?
No, go ahead, Mr. Previn.
All right, so we've got a lot of issues at the port, and I appreciate the desire to get moving for the China company on behalf, Busca, a lot of politicians writing in and say, let's move forward. And I also appreciate the AQMD presentation. I think it would have been nice to bring down Fabian Wesson, who works at the AQMD, to kind of just nudge things in a certain direction, but good work. The issues are serious. Feasibility of greenification is a real issue. But the profits that we see at the top of the food chain, where Bezos and Amazon are making hand over fist, Jeff Bezos has $188 billion, up $15 billion in 5 days a couple weeks ago. So I think that they should underwrite this process, and we should quit allowing harmful emissions and dangerous activity to continue because we're poor. We're not poor. The money is upstairs at Bezos's house, and we need to access it. I don't want to put Amazon workers out of business. All the workers should be paid at the port. I hated when the independent truckers were being asked to shepherd
Thank you, Mr.
huge
Previn. We're
costs.
going to go ahead and take the next speaker.
Please state your name and what side you're speaking on.
Do you want to speak?
Fat cow.
Please start speaking about item number 2 right now. We're going to cut you off.
I'm on item number 2 regarding the port. The port has always been successful, but you're contaminating the public by the abuse, waste, and fraud through Fabian Wesson, the cunt bitch like my fat mommy.
So I don't see how this has to do with the China shipping appeal. Please get on topic immediately, or that's it.
Of LA.
Okay,
Let's
we're
get on
cutting
to the
you
next
off.
speaker. Let's move on to the next speaker.
Please state your name and what side you're speaking on.
Rich Dines, former Harbor Commissioner at the Port of Long Beach, speaking against the appeals.
Thank you. Go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, Madam President and honorable members of Council. The SEIR will require China Shipping Terminal to be one of the cleanest conventional container terminals in the world. Mayor Garcetti's Sustainable Freight Advisory Committee provided recommendations to the Port of LA on testing next-generation zero-emission cargo handling equipment, including electric top handlers operated by humans, not robots. This equipment can be deployed at the China Shipping Terminal when it becomes feasible in the near future. The SEIR will provide sustainability in protecting the environment, increasing terminal productivity, maintaining the port's market share as North America's busiest seaport, and continue to provide economic benefit to the city and the community. Please deny the appeals and continue to support the port's efforts in reducing emissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Please state your name and what side you're speaking on.
Hello, this is Kathleen Woodfield. I'm asking you to reject the EIR. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can. Okay, go ahead, and you have 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay, we want the port to make up for its illegal pollution caused by its failure to implement the measures it promised to adopt in 2008, a failure that was actively orchestrated through illegal waivers and then actively hidden from us for 10 years. We want the port to stop pretending that complying with CEQA law and zero-emission goals causes their operation to lose jobs, when in fact it can help to create additional jobs. China Shipping is our direct neighbor. We breathe their pollution 24/7. The health impacts associated with breathing polluted air cause illnesses that are comorbid to COVID-19. We are real people with real illnesses. COVID-19 does not provide the port with an exemption from the law. Let's not be like Brazil, which has increased its deforestation of the Amazon rainforest by 60% since the start of COVID-19. My son was in a stroller when I first testified about China shipping. He is now in college, and I am still fighting against the port's relentless failure to do this right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go on to the next speaker.
Please state your name and what side you're speaking on.
President ILW Local 13, Ramon Ponce de Leon, item number 2, speaking to oppose the appeals and for the SEIR.
Okay, thank you very much. You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
As president of ILW Local 13, I'm speaking on behalf of over 10,000 longshore workers in the port of Valley Long Beach. The ILW Local 13 speaks in support of the Supplemental Environmental Impact Report and urge you to vote in favor of the report for these reasons. First, the SEIR confirms that China Shipping will be one of the cleanest non-automated operating terminals in the world. And second, a vote against the SEIR will have a devastating effect on thousands of workers who move cargo every day in the port and represent approximately 12% of the gross domestic product in the United States. We strongly believe this city will have a clean shipping terminal at the same time keep blue-collar workers in their jobs. For these reasons, we ask the council to vote to oppose the appeals and to approve the SEIR. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Speaker.
Let's move on to the next speaker.
Please state your name and what side you're speaking on.
David Ross Jr. I am against the appeal.
Okay, very well. Thank you. You have 1 minute to speak on this item. Go ahead.
Thank you. I believe this report is a step forward in reaching our goals of clean air while keeping jobs. I do not believe environmental justice and job creation are exclusive from one another. Hopefully, we can move forward together in reaching zero emissions in the future while keeping great paying jobs that provide for their families and also give back to the community. As a third-generation resident of San Pedro and a longshoreman, I'm truly concerned what could happen to my friends, my family, and fellow union brothers and sisters if this terminal would be shut down. During a serious pandemic, our communities, businesses, and families cannot afford to lose these jobs. We keep hearing what's not CEQA compliant, but I just saw a year ago a terminal be allowed to run dirty diesel automated equipment with no charging station that they filled out a permit for. Are the appellants truly seeking environmental justice? It's frustrating seeing work being completely displaced, and I can't help but wonder, are the appellants picking and choosing their battles based on what pays out more? I yield my time.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and take the next speaker.
Please state your name and what side you're speaking on.
Yes, good morning. My name is Michael Perdue, current president of ILW Local 63 Marine Clerks.
Okay, are you speaking for or against this item?
I'm against the appeal and for the SCR, Madam President.
All right, please begin.
Okay, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the council. I've worked on the docks for 39 years. I can speak firsthand on how the ILW supports clean air. Over the years, I have attended too many funerals for my brothers and sisters who have died from cancer or respiratory disorders. We support the supplemental EIR for China's shipping terminal. This terminal is already one of the cleaner terminals in the port complex, and if you approve this supplemental EIR, it will become the cleanest conventional terminal in the country, protecting the health of port workers and the communities we live in. Port communities shouldn't sacrifice good jobs for clean air. The adopted SER gives us both. The ILW is committed to being a partner in reaching the goal of near zero emissions. We want the port to spend more mitigation dollars on helping terminals purchase cleaner equipment instead of funding pet projects for groups that have made a business out of suing the ports. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next speaker.
Please state your name and what side you're speaking on.
My name is Len Moses, and I am for the appeal.
Okay, thank you. You have 1 minute to speak on the item. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think it's a common tactic. The unions come in and they speak for all the union members, but they don't speak for the union members that are having respiratory illnesses, the people that live around the ports, and use COVID-19 as an excuse to push this project through is just ridiculous. The National Research and Defense Council, the South Coast AQMD, their arguments are well stated. The port has not lived up to its past commitments. We need both. We need jobs, yes. And this fear of the ports are just going to close down is just nonsense. Buscaino, these people are just going to vote yes, whatever Buscaino does, because they vote trade. But people of the city of Los Angeles make him pay at the voting booths. I am against this appeal. I am for the appeal, rather. I'm against this project.
All right, thank you,
China
sir.
should not be running our country. It's all about money.
Please state your name and what side you're speaking on.
Hello. Good morning, Madam President and honorable city council members. My name is Marty Serta, and I am a resident in San Pedro, California. I am here today in support of the final SCIR for verse 97 through 109, also referred to as China shipping, and to reject the appeal.
Okay, you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
I first discovered the issues regarding the Supplemental Environmental Impact Report October 8th of 2019. It was there that I learned from NRDC's counsel, David Pettit, California's ability to set its own emission standards for GHGs were revoked by the EPA and our current administration. That means the MFAC model is not valid today. And this was done for the same reasons port staff recommendations in the final SCIR came to this conclusion. It is not technologically or economically feasible at this time. Chris Cannon has stated multiple times, we only have prototypes available. This hasn't been said loud enough, apparently. NRDC Council then mentioned negative regional impacts the final SCIR would have on the people of this region, followed by a threat to potentially tie up over $100 million of the port's dollars idle in an escrow account and request that China shipping be shut down if this go to litigation. For context, so that everyone on the call understands what this means, for another 3 to 5% in overall reduced emissions, the NRDC would not only impede the port's efforts to attain funds necessary
you,
for
sir.
infrastructure
Your
required.
time is up. Sorry to cut you off,
Please.
but your minute is up. Thank you.
They're going to impact over 80,000 jobs.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Please state your name and what side you're speaking on.
Yes, my name is Elise Swanson, president of the San Pedro Chamber of Commerce, and I am speaking against the appeal.
Please go ahead.
The San Pedro Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors supports the Harbor Commission's decision to certify the Supplemental Environmental Impact Report for the China Shipping Terminal. We urge you, City Council, to uphold their decision and to not deny the appeal. By certifying this SEIR, the Council is keeping our economy moving forward. The Chinese shipping terminal supports 2,000 longshore and trucking jobs. 15% of the Port of LA's cargo volumes flow through this terminal and support 80,000 direct and indirect jobs in the region. At a time when so many of our fellow Angelenos are out of work, it is imperative that you do all you can to preserve these jobs. The Chamber recognizes that economic growth and sustainability are achievable when implementing environmental standards to protect the adjacent communities and port workers. The SEIR before you will establish environmental goals and one of the greenest conventional terminals in the world. The SEIR replaces infeasible or unattainable goals with achievable mitigation measures.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what side you're speaking on.
My name is Danny Miranda. I'm president of ILW Local 94, and I oppose the appeal and support the EIR.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I ask that you vote to approve the supplemental EIR today. Chinese shipping terminal is critical to the Port of Los Angeles, maintaining market share and keeping us competitive with other ports, places like Prince Rupert, Mexico, Texas, and South Carolina. That's 1,500 middle-class jobs that have provided good health benefits for many local families and allowed us to support the small businesses and charities in our community. We live and work in this community. Failure to approve the supplemental SCIR could send away thousands of our jobs to other ports. We already face the threat of automation. Why would we jeopardize these jobs on top of that? Please vote to approve the ER today and protect the backbone of the harbor area. Wilmington, San Pedro, Harbor City. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miranda. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what side you're speaking on.
Hi, my name is Camilo, speaking in favor of the appeal.
Please go ahead.
Cool. Just real quick, I would like to uplift the concerns raised by the appellants, and I would like to remind the City Council that CEQA is not there for you guys to waive in the face of people as a form of being business friendly. When you waive all CEQA requirements, CEQA is actually there to protect our environment, and I would urge you guys to take the CEQA regulations seriously when considering the appellant and vote in favor of the appeal. I would also like to request that you guys adjourn today in the memory of Brianna Moore, who died yesterday, 18 years old, in Mitchell Farrell's district. She was unhoused. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what side you're speaking on. Please state your name and what side you're speaking on.
Let's move to the next line, I guess.
Please state your name and what side you're speaking on.
Good afternoon. This is Clara Carger with Central City Association, and I am speaking in support of the SCIR.
Okay, thank you. Please begin.
We support the Board of Harbor Commissioners' decision to certify the SCIR for the China Shipping Terminal and ask you to uphold their decision and deny this appeal. The SCIR would impose revisions to 10 mitigation measures and 1 lease measure that can be feasibly implemented, enforced, and will lead to improved environmental conditions that the original EIR could not achieve. By certifying the SCIR, the Council secures meaningful environmental mitigation, keeps the economy moving forward, and provides much-needed certainty during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what side you're speaking on. Please state your name and what side you're speaking on.
Good afternoon. My name is Tommy Paavai, and I'm speaking on certifying the EIR and denying the appeal.
Okay, please begin.
Yes, my name is Tommy Paavai. I represent IBEW, Electrical Workers, Local Union 11. We represent close to 12,000 members in the LA County area, and we stand in support of certifying the final EIR and denying the appeals, also adopting the findings and statements of overriding considerations, adopt the supplemental mitigation monitoring and reporting, and approve the revised project. We've been in long-standing partnership at the Port of Los Angeles for many years, and this will create more good electrician jobs for our members and our contractors in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name and what side you're speaking on.
Yeah, hi, Daniel Gus. I'm on neither side. However, I wish to bring to all of the parties' attention, especially for those who lose this vote, that Herb Wesson must recuse himself on this item for several reasons. And if he doesn't, there could be a whole unwinding of the vote. The first reason is that Mr. Wesson's wife, Fabian, works for the AQMD. He has a financial interest in voting in whatever the AQMD wants. He must recuse himself for that alone. Second, his chief of staff, Deron Williams, is on the FBI's radar for China-related the China-related corruption scandal. So because of his wife and because of his chief of staff and God knows what else, Mr. Wesson must recuse himself from this issue. Also, I am concerned that Mr. Wesson's daughter-in-law, who works for the city council president, who, by the way, just got a massive raise,
Thank you, sir. Your
that the
time is
vote
up.
for Mr.
Thank
Martinez can be
Thank you.
Influenced.
Because this will be our last speaker.
Please state your name and what side you're speaking on.
General public, please.
No, we're not taking general public comment now. This is only on item 2, the China shipping appeal. Did you want to speak on that item?
I just want to say cancel the Olympics.
Okay,
I'd
so
like to say
sorry, we have
that-
to move on.
Okay, that concludes public comment on this item. Mr. Wesson, did you have your virtual hand up?
Yes. You know, just out of an abundance of caution, and my wife is an employee at AQMD, even though this does not reach or is within the purview of her responsibility, I am going to, recuse myself from this situation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wesson. Would you please take yourself off camera until we're done with the vote? Thank you.
Okay, it appears we've removed him off the camera. Okay, at Mr. Wesson's request, he will recuse himself from this item, Madam Clerk. Let's go back to Mr. Soroka. Did you want to respond to any of the comments made this morning? Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Madam President, just briefly. I have made this my life's work for the last 5 years, and I can assure you with careful study, my experience coupled with that of experts in our industry and in air quality, the supply chain, and so many other specific areas, we are not rolling back on mitigation measures. We are looking at feasibility as the law requires in the state of California, and we are strengthening. In fact, our studies do show that the terminal changes we have made will reduce emissions greater than they had been contemplated before. I don't think it's a fair comparison to look at TRAPAC, which is an automated container terminal, versus China shipping. It's just simply comparing apples to oranges. And automation on marine terminals does eliminate skilled labor. The only reason I bring up jobs, and I did not mention COVID-19 purposely in my presentation, is that NRDC Representative David Pettit is on the record and film from October 8th of 2019 stating that he would haul us into court and shut down this terminal. That's what eliminates jobs. And realistically speaking, none of this was contemplated because the Supplemental Environmental Impact Report was approved unanimously by the Board of Harbor Commissioners before COVID started in October of 2019. We must have a certified EIR for many reasons, and many legal experts can explain why, but mine is very simple. We must know the business rules of doing work here in Los Angeles to present them to our private sector tenants. Those ground rules will form what we will write into this permit. And dare I say, if China Shipping does not want to accept these mitigation measures and business rules, the next company will. The port has not done things in the past, that's fine. In all of our jobs, I can assure you, we inherit things that are very difficult, this being one of them, but we will see it through. What was referenced earlier by Vera is that we will have Volkswagen money and we will have the ability to bring in zero emissions trucking technology. It doesn't exist, but in nascent stages and test programs today. We have 16 zero emissions and near zero emissions projects happening at the Port of Los Angeles today, more than any other port in the world. And we are also testing 90 zero emissions trucks. They are very scarce and unaffordable, which is why I have called for an original equipment manufacturer summit and workshops to bring all parties together, policymakers, legislators, financiers, buyers and sellers, to see how we can accelerate this technology on the ground. And the $14 million that the Los Angeles Harbor Department recently extended because the AQMD could not use that $14 million quick enough is case in point that the technology is still very early. And I will remind all who are watching that next door in neighboring Long Beach, where eyes tend not to be directed, recently shared a categorical CEQA exemption for a 20-year permit extension at Pacific Container Terminal without any mitigation measures. I share with you, Madam President, and the City Council, a deep requirement and huge responsibility to make our neighborhoods, communities better every day, and you can count on us to continue to work that and chip away at all of these areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Soroka. I'm going to go ahead and take questions from members. Let's go ahead and start with Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm not sure I exactly have a question as opposed to comments. I'd say we're fortunate that it's not often that we're asked to vote in support of something that has on the opposite side the state of California and the South Coast Air Quality Management District and the Natural Resources Defense Council. I appreciate the efforts the port has been making in recent years to clean up its air. And I also all too full well understand the precariousness of our economic and employment situation. And I certainly am concerned that we protect the jobs of our brothers and sisters in Local 13 and Local 63. But I can't claim to have no concerns. The letter sent by the California Attorney General last night lists 52 mitigation and lease measures adopted in the 2008 EIR to avoid or reduce the China shipping project's significant negative environmental impacts, including especially to air quality. 2008 was 12 years ago, or 100 or 200 years ago in technological years. Yet in the SEIR, the port failed to fully implement a number of mitigation measures, all designed to reduce the China shipping project's significant air quality impacts. Just one example, AQ-9 mandated that China shipping ships increase their use of alternative maritime power to reduce emissions produced by their auxiliary engines while at the dock. 100% of the ships were required to do this by January 2011, which didn't happen. Also, I'd point out that I disagree with mitigation AQ-20. Heavy trucks shouldn't be powered by natural gas. We shouldn't lock ourselves into technology that's already out of date. We know companies are working hard on producing heavy-duty electric trucks because the market is already enormous. And we've been hearing for years that natural gas is a bridge fuel, but I think we crossed that bridge a long time ago. We know that technologically, we are on our way to full zero emissions electrification. Also, air pollution is making COVID infections worse. And with the accompanying greenhouse gas emissions, we're quickly running out of time to turn around our climate emergency. I strongly encourage the port to keep pushing all its clientele towards zero emissions equipment and trucks as soon as possible. And I strongly encourage them to make sure the wealthy multinational companies bear the cost of upgrades rather than having our hardworking truck drivers in the port wind up bearing those costs. The bottom line for me is we can't keep setting up strong environmental goals to reduce air pollution and clean up our air and protect our communities and then ignore them when the rubber hits the road, which I believe we're doing in this case. These are exactly the issues of structural racism that we need to be addressing right now at this time in our history. That the SEIR fails to analyze the nature and magnitude of the revised project's health impacts on nearby communities and to discuss environmental justice considerations is unconscionable. There are too many loose ends that still need to be negotiated. I think that's a great concern. And a greater concern may be, what if they don't implement them, just as largely was the case in the last 12 years? Where does that leave us? I'm also frustrated that this effort tries to divide and conquer by putting labor on one side and the environment on the other. I think it should be the exact opposite. I support protecting Local 13 and 63's jobs in every way possible. But I also think we have to not only protect the neighbors, but the workers themselves that face these air quality challenges. And we know many who have become sick over the years. So it leaves me in a difficult position. I also don't think that we should imagine that by passing this item, we implement it. I think by passing this item, we speed its way to court, where I believe it is almost certain to be defeated. So rather than just sending it to a later death in court, I wish there was a way to go back and correct the flaws in this and actually protect the health and protect our climate and nail down the things that are left up in the air. And also, my last concern is that we undo some of the mitigations that were very reasonable in 2008, certainly are more reasonable in 2020, and shouldn't be discarded. So for all those reasons, I'm leaning towards a no, although I'm still open-minded, still concerned about the jobs possibilities, and want to hear more.
All right, thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Madam President. I'll start by saying something I haven't said in quite a few months. I agree with everything Mr. Koretz just said. I think Paul laid out my concerns pretty well. You know, this is a complicated issue, and it's an issue with a lot of sensitivities, and I intuitively get it, because the issues around the port are very similar to the issues that I deal with around the airport, where you're trying to balance keeping a vital economic engine that employs people and keeps food on the tables of their families, and you're trying to do your best to reduce the negative environmental consequences of that. And I want to thank and acknowledge the port for the incredible work the port has done on the environment and on reducing pollution and emissions. Mr. Soroka had a slide in there that showed the dramatic improvements since the launch of the Clean Truck Program. And I think some of the improvements at the port are one of the big unheralded and underappreciated environmental success stories really in California. And it's one I like to lift up and talk about. And I got a lot of sensitivity on this issue because if you know, I have a very strong and warm place in my heart for ILWU and all the locals down there. But at the same time, when I see NRDC and the Coalition for Clean Air and the East Yards communities and the AQMD and the Attorney General weighing in, that carries a lot of weight with me. Particularly because what we're considering today, although it has many, many implications, it's a legal document and it's an environmental document. And those agencies and the Attorney General and AQMD carry a lot of weight in how I weigh those issues. And at its core, you know, this comes down to something we all struggle with on any number of issues, is we often struggle with the question of what is realistically achievable versus what are we reaching for and what are we trying to push for. It's a point of conflict over legal issues, on policy issues, and we make independent judgments on that and do our best. And on this one, I think, like Mr. Koretz, I've got some struggle on this. A couple questions is, there were a number of points that the appellants raised that made me wonder about what the extent or the final analysis of the environmental documents are. I understand that we committed in 2008 to do certain things, and we have now proposed in this SEIR to do a number of things that are in some cases less and in some cases new and different. Does the SEIR do sort of a net analysis of whether or not the changes in the mitigations result in more or less of an environmental benefit than the 2008 document.
I'll give you two examples of how they are to the better. The study and the usage of the marine terminal equipment shows that emissions will be lower under this plan than originally contemplated in 2008. And I said, council member, in my opening comments, that we have the benefit of hindsight and 15 years of work on the cap to be able to realize that, in addition to original equipment manufacturers who have stepped up and improved technology over that time. Secondly, on the ship side, as was called out by Councilmember Koretz and yourself, quite rightly, that the alternative marine power, which was invented here at the Port of Los Angeles at the China shipping terminal in the early aughts, has a new look. And that is, while at 100%, CEQA is unforgiving. And as I said, it's only pass-fail. If you don't meet your mitigation measure, you have failed. We pulled it back to 95%. But instead of just the China shipping vessels, any vessel now that comes in to call at that particular terminal from berths 97 to 109 must plug in. And while we set the number at 95%, because there may be a mechanical on the ship, or there may be another opportunity we miss with a brownout from DWP, which happens on occurrence here based on our contracts, 95% appears to be a number that we believe firmly we will meet, but we're going to be going for 100% all the time. And at the same moment, as we contemplate the alternative marine power of plugging into that local electrical grid, we always use as a backup the sock on the stack and the emissions capture system that has also been invented here at the Twin Ports. So in both cases, I can assert to you with my knowledge of the shipping industry and the port complex work that emissions will be lower by the mitigation measures that we have put in place. Again, with the benefit of a lot of learning and a lot of hard work on the ground from people who know this industry quite well.
Thanks, I appreciate that, although I don't know if that's exactly the question that I asked, and I apologize if I did not ask it articulately enough. What I heard back is that here's a couple instances where what we're doing is better than what was in 2008. What I'm wondering is there sort of an overall grade in there of how well cumulatively this document does compared to 2008? Something that says that cumulatively we anticipate 2008 would have resulted in this much emissions, and this is what 2019-20 would do. Is there something that says, the level of acceptable exposure to emissions is X, 2008 would have done this, and 2020 would have done this? The sort of the cumulative, because we're not looking at the individual pieces or voting on the individual pieces, we're looking at the whole pot.
Yeah, okay, better put, and I understand where you're coming from, council member, thank you. And the short answer is that the emissions would be more today than what was studied in 2008 because of everything that was thrown at this particular EIR, including the liquid natural gas trucks that never came to fruition. So by law, what we are attempting to do is find mitigation measures that are feasible and implementable now, not the hope of mitigation measures that could appear in the future. So the difference, quite simply, is the trucks and that requirement in 2008 of 100% near zero emissions technology that never came to fruition. I gave you the numbers in my opening comments that of the 18,000 or so trucks that have license to do business at this port complex, only approximately 700 are of LNG variety, and they're on their 4th and 5th generation as the technology had continued to evolve to manage torque, duty cycle, stress, and capability on the engine blocks.
So I appreciate the candor. I think the summary of that is the 2008 document achieved, the 2008 document predicted better environmental or emission outcomes than the 2020 document. Your feeling is that was based on unreasonable assumptions.
That is correct.
I get that, and that gets back to the tension I was talking about before, and that tension speaks largely, I guess, to whether or not the the technology exists. And, it's an issue that I think a lot of us have struggled with before. It's the question we heard at Metro when we decided to commit to 100% electric fleet. A conversation we heard when we were talking about DOT's fleet as well. It's a conversation we hear constantly with LADWP. It's a conversation we heard when there was a fight over whether or not to reinvest in or stop investing in gas-powered electrical plants at Scattergood and elsewhere. And it's always hard to know what to believe because the industry always says it's not feasible. The environmental community always says it does. And the truth tends to be somewhere in between. That's all I got at the moment. I appreciate the analysis, I appreciate the report, and I really appreciate all the testimony that people gave. It does give me a lot of heartburn to be considering something that is, despite the rationale for it from your perspective, something that is less environmentally ambitious than we did 12 years ago. Thanks.
Yeah, just to address that very quickly, council member, with the president's okay. CEQA is pass-fail, and what we have in place is a Clean Air Action Plan on its second iteration and the Clean Truck Program's second iteration to take those aspirations as far as we can go, to go for the moonshots. And to your good point about the truth may lie somewhere in between, I absolutely subscribe to that theory, which is why I've taken a sharper approach by inviting folks from across the ecosystem together in this original equipment manufacturer summit that is led to by workshops. I want to bring the people who build the trucks to those who will buy them. I want to bring legislators and policymakers together because today, even with grant money that was discussed earlier, the truck driver will still have to pay income tax on the grant that comes to them to buy a new, cleaner truck. They'll still have to pay sales tax on the entire sticker price of a new truck, which is at least 4 times more expensive, and that's only the near zero variety. So we have much work to do, but to get to the ground truth of this is what I'm advocating. And if I may take just a half a second longer for Councilmember Koretz, I tell you, sir, we are not trying to pit labor against the environmental folks. This is a win-win for both sides, the cleanest conventional terminal that is not automated, and trying to move forward with this process to have a valid EIR and really go back to the private sector with something that Los Angeles believes in is the way to go. But I would never divide these two just to push this document through. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Soroka, for the presentation. Both Mr. Koretz and Mr. Bonin had expressed sentiments very similar to mine. Let me just add that I really want to recognize the incredible progress that this port has made under your leadership, the environmental progress that this port has made. And this is always one of the greatest challenges that we have, to try to strike a reasonable balance between broad environmental goals, localized air quality goals, and jobs and economic impact. And this is especially true in our port, which is such an important driver of our economy and such an important driver of our air pollution concerns in Southern California. But the progress that you have made has been extraordinary. And I well remember when you first arrived on the job, I think it was the first time we met, was when you came to acknowledge the port's failures in the time before you had arrived in dealing with this exact issue. And as you said, you did own it and you got to work in trying to fix it, and I appreciate that. And so while recognizing this extraordinary success, I also want to acknowledge that it probably is true what many of the public speakers have said and what you've said, that even with the proposal that's before us, this will be one of the cleanest port conventional terminals in the country. But I also am concerned not just in whether or not this is a good job, whether or not this is going to be a clean terminal, but as you've pointed out a number of times, Gene, CEQA is pass-fail, and I want to make sure we're passing. And it's not a question of whether or not this is going to be a clean terminal, it's whether or not we are in compliance with our obligations under CEQA, under our previously agreed to settlement agreements, under all the train of commitments that this port has made over the last dozen plus years around this terminal. That's my concern. So I want to start with sort of the process of this. Now, this was approved by the commissioners last October, and what's before us today is before us for the first time. It was waived through committee. The council doesn't have the opportunity that I think we would normally all like to have to assess some of the factual questions that Mr. Bonin just pointed to about feasibility and the currency of technology and where we stand with that. None of us is an expert in that area, and we're not really getting the opportunity to fully explore that because we're considering it for the first time in committee. So talk to me a little bit about the timing of this. What happens one way or the other if we were to accept the recommendations today, if we were to reject the recommendations today, or if we were to defer this matter until other actions could be taken at the request of this council, like further negotiation, further discussions with China Shipping, and so on. So talk to me a little bit about the timing issues, and then I'm going to come back to China Shipping.
Thank you, Council Member. Our belief is that a delay is no one's friend. And I assert to you, as an expert in this industry with over 32 years experience all around the globe, we have emptied every bucket we can, predicated on the law that governs us. And again, as you rightly stated, this is a pass-fail notion. The cap is where we really push the envelope. The terminals are building blocks to that cap, but we've got to get it right. And we've got to thread a needle from 700 yards away every time we do this. And that's why we went through this particular revised document with such precision and admitting where we went wrong. If we turn this down, we don't have a document, or what I call the LA business rules, to go back to the private sector tenant. If we simply play a game of telephone back and forth with them, there is no surety that what we're offering will be approved or what they accept will be approved. And that is why I'm requesting the Los Angeles City Council to affirm the ground rules that I can go back to that private sector tenant with. We do know that there will be litigation. We have been threatened with litigation, and we know that the appellants will come through on that. Having a certified EIR that can be substantiated as we take our next steps is absolutely what we need to protect ourselves and assert how we will continue to reduce emissions here at the Port of Los Angeles. And finally, for the first time in nearly a generation, get this right at China Shipping.
So I guess what this action really does, if we want to be blunt about it, is our action today frames the issues for the litigation and determines whether or not it identifies the issues that will have to be considered by the court. And while I appreciate your suggestion about having something concrete that you can take back to the private sector, China Shipping's been our tenant for 45 years or something. Is that right? I mean, I think they first entered into the lease in the 80s.
1999, sir.
99, okay. So they're a longtime tenant. You're in regular communication with them. You've proposed a few lease commitments in this, but none of us have any sense of whether or not China Shipping will have any interest in agreeing to those lease mitigations at all, because they haven't demonstrated a lot of flexibility in the past. So I appreciate the forceful language you used, that you said if they won't do it, the next tenant will. Why can't we just get them to commit to that? at this point? What,
that is my goal.
If we know that this is what the proposal is that you're putting before the council, why can't we come to the council with a commitment from China Shipping that, yes, if you agreed to this, we will make this part of our lease amendment?
No, that is my goal and my full intent, but I need these business rules of Los Angeles to go to the tenant with strength and say, this is the way we're going to operate here at the Port of LA. And we've tried this before in many different ways. I can only look forward, and I can share with you my direct involvement in this negotiation to go out and get it done. The failures of the past have been well documented. Not writing mitigation measures into lease, lack the enforcement necessary. Having them written in, give us that strength. And if they don't comply, there will be consequences. So I am asking for the approval today of this supplemental document so I can go with strength and the commitment of this great city of Los Angeles and have them written into the permit. This gives us strength in negotiation, council member.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about throughput projections and whether throughput has exceeded the 2008 projections and assumptions, and also given the current trade climate with Asia, how does that change the projections and assumptions that we made back then?
Yeah, good question as well. And under CEQA, in layperson's terms, I'll explain it this way. We are directed by law to study the highest amount of cargo volume on the worst day with the worst pollution and the worst circumstances in order to evaluate what these impacts could be now and into the future. And in many cases like this, we're studying out some 25 years with projections into landscapes that we're really not fine-tuned into today. So that is the requirement of the law. Looking at the volume commitments of the 2008 EIR, up until the time that I disclosed publicly we had not met our commitments, we had not exceeded any emissions requirements or ceilings that were put from that 2008 EIR, and we had not exceeded the volume as studied within an EIR. Now again, that volume is used as a metric to calculate emissions and pollution. It is not a mandated or statutory requirement of how much cargo can move through there. We deal with that in other ways contractually and through our financial doings at the port complex. But again, there would only be a moment in time, not too distant from where I first announced this publicly, that we probably would have exceeded the emissions that were studied, which is why we needed to take action.
Okay. I know there's others on the queue, so one last substantive point, and that is on the issue of control over trucks in the terminal. The Clean Trucks efforts have been ongoing in this port since, I think, before the Villaraigosa administration. It's been litigated. It's been it has been an ongoing saga, and so you indicated earlier that that mitigation number 20 was not feasible in part because terminals don't control the nature of trucks that come into them. But if you could talk about why we can control priority but not bar some classes of trucks altogether. I'm trying to understand why you could do part of that, but not the other part.
Yeah, sure. Two different aspects of our operations, but very important question. On controlling trucks that could have priority access, this was actually an idea from here at the Port of Los Angeles, early days in my tenure, that if someone went out and spent the type of money and showed the commitment to zero or near zero technology, we should give them priority at our terminals. And that simply is done through what we have completed, having the nation's only port community system, which has an appointment system attached to it in its execution platform that would allow, if you can imagine, the way we sign up for a tee time at a golf course, or we create appointments for our doctor's offices. And it would allow a certain number of slots every day for that man or woman that has a green truck. And it just simply gives priority. The other would be a ban. If we said that you couldn't bring a certain type of truck into your terminal, or the terminal operator themselves shut the gate on that particular trucker because of the size, type, or quantity of what they were hauling, that would then get into some tremendous effect on the law, whether it be interstate commerce or other restraints that are really outside the control of this city or this harbor department, much less the private sector terminal operator. So again, I brought this forward in the supplemental discovery session because I know our business. And I can tell you that the contracting of these trucks does not happen with the terminal operator. And we would put them in an awkward position and set them up for failure. These mitigation measures, as you correctly said, were to go towards success. I want to prove to the evaluators of CEQA that every mitigation measure we are recommending here today can lead to success tomorrow. And that was just fraught with all kinds of problems, which is why we tried to narrow it down in this area. But two distinct operational modalities, law that covers the second one, and problematic effect if we were to go in there without the notion of understanding how the operations at the port work.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. And many of the speakers prior here have expressed similar concerns. I mean, and frankly, you know, I'm very concerned by the folks who have lined up in opposition to this EIR, who we normally work very closely with and who I have great respect for. If it weren't for the fact that you're doing such a great job, Gene, on keeping this port clean and the work that you've done, this would be a no-brainer for me in the sense that I would automatically reject this. I mean, I would automatically accept the appeal and with the environmental issues that are here. But you have been very good about moving things forward, and you know, and you've made it. All of your good work has made this a difficult choice when it comes to this vote, and frankly, as Mr. Krikorian mentioned, we really haven't had the time to delve into the factual side of this. So it's a difficult spot for us to be in. Help me understand what happens if we say no here. If we do not certify this SEIR, what happens? Does it go back to the drawing board? Does it go back to negotiation? What happens?
If the City Council says no and does not support this supplemental environmental impact report, we will remain out of compliance with the law in the state of California under CEQA. And I believe the appellant, specifically the NRDC, will seek injunction to shut down this terminal in an effort to gain leverage and discuss with us even more mitigations that I will attest to you, sir, are not feasible at this time. I use the analogy that we have emptied every bucket on feasible mitigation measures that I can stand behind with my good name. Further delay is not the friend of anyone. Having this certified EIR will finally allow us to attempt to get this moving and get a pathway to zero emissions technology. I believe earlier I stated that for materials handling equipment on our terminals, they traditionally have a lifespan of 10 years. As you know, through the mayoral steps that were taken for resolution between Long Beach and Los Angeles, we have vowed to be a zero emissions marine terminal operating port by the year 2030. We are now inside that 10-year window to be on what I would tell you as an expert in the industry, to be on the last generation of equipment. Any further delay, and I am very concerned that we're going to blow through 2030 without that opportunity. The world is watching China shipping, believe me, and their competitors are watching them very closely. If we can break this door open now and begin the process of getting to the last generation equipment while accelerating the testing and speeding up the technological advancement to get ZE on the ground, we're starting to move things in the direction that we want. But a delay any further is just going to throw the calendar so far out of whack, I honestly do not believe we can recover.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. O'Farrell? I thought I saw your virtual hand. Did you not?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Just real briefly, I just wanted to relay something that is an analogy to the discussion we're having today, and that is what the presentation of Mr. Soroka conveyed years of work for exploring every possible option for 100% clean energy at the port in this particular terminal. And it seems as though we're in this unenviable spot of sacrificing the perfect for the good. And an analogy that I can give is something that we've been dealing with for over a decade along the Los Angeles River, and that is the Central Metrolink service yard and exhaust patterns there. Since Metrolink signed the contract to take over operations of the rail yard at Taylor Yard back in 1992, I think it was. The community got very involved. My office got very involved. My colleague, Mr. Cedillo's office, got very involved because this central maintenance yard affects both Elysian Valley and Cypress Park. And through various discussions and collaboration with state, local, and even our Congressman Adam Schiff's office, with stakeholder involvement and advocacy, we worked to reduce particulate and diesel emissions by 85%, by upgrading the various trains to Tier 4 level, diesel by instituting plug-in technology for idling trains and reducing noise and air pollution. So what I'm saying is, it's an analogy in that it's not a perfect situation, but it's the best with what we can do right now. Now, my position is we relocate that service yard entirely out of Taylor Yard, but the tens of millions of dollars price tag, maybe even more, is beyond what we can accomplish right now. Similarly, we have the Port of Los Angeles, and I'm sure that there are plenty of folks who would rather the port just not be there, but it is. And so the question I think before us is, do we move forward with what we feel is the best possible position right now that will give this conversation another day while protecting port jobs and the LA economy? And are the trade-offs worth the decision? And I would argue, based on Mr. Soroka's presentation and plenty of the testimony that we've had, notwithstanding the environmental concerns, that it's more good than bad. And I think the decision before us will further this conversation without sacrificing the enormous importance of what's at stake at the Port of Los Angeles. So I just wanted to throw that in there. It's similar in ways, but the overall, I think, thrust of the two examples, I think, are relevant to one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Farrell. Mr. Koretz?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to drill down on a couple of things that I commented on before. First of all, if we don't fully implement this one, what's to stop us from being another 2008? And how do we keep that from happening?
Mr. Koretz, I think you're frozen. I'm not sure if that was a question for Mr. Soroka. Mr. Koretz? Okay. Mr. Koretz, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Was that a question for Mr. Soroka?
Yes, that was.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Soroka, go ahead.
I can tell you, council member, that we have every intent of doing this just as I have planned and shared with you here today. I can't give you a 100% absolute guarantee, but what I will say is these mitigation measures will be written into this lease. The China shipping people, are now called Costco Shipping, are very clear on what our intentions are. They understand the equipment types. They understand the details of what we have put into this document. Now it is my job and my responsibility as the leader of the Port of Los Angeles to get it done. And I have stated that if in fact this company does not want to come along with us in the business rules of Los Angeles, we will move on to the next firm.
Okay, well, I will take your word at that, although I'm sure people were well-intentioned in 2008 and it was before I was here, but they probably gave some of the same assurances and then didn't follow.
I can't speak to that, but from what folks have said during my thorough review of history, I do not think that this approach was taken, and I am a business person who will get to the bottom of what is required.
Hey, also, I'm still not clear why we can't nail down the things that have yet to be negotiated. I mean, in my mind, if we approve this, it seems like China Shipping would feel that they've succeeded, and I don't see where we have as much leverage. I don't know why we couldn't go back to them and say, well, the council turned this down because we haven't firmed up the items that need to be negotiated. You need to come up with an agreement that has all the specifics in it, and then we can expect to get it passed. I don't see why that couldn't happen.
It's a good question, but like any other strategy in business, you have to know what you're negotiating. And by giving me the authority to bring to them a certified environmental document, I know what I'm negotiating. If we continue to go back and forth, I would assert to you, based on my experience, this will never get done. And I have given an expert view, have brought in other experts from different walks of the science piece, as well as the industrial and the cargo movement supply chain. We will now, should you vote this up in support of the Harbor Commission's vote, have a solid platform by which to go out to the private sector tenant, one of many we rely upon to do business here. But this is and remains the largest container port in the Western Hemisphere. With the drive that we have to bring business and jobs, we will continue to bring cargo here. And if not this one, we will go to the next company.
And I'll ask you for some candor here. So why do you think the Attorney General in the state of California and AQMD are still opposed? I mean, they know the work that you've done. They've heard these arguments. We have experts on our side. They have experts on their side. We're all trying to accomplish the same thing, to have a thriving economy and at the same time correct all the environmental flaws and the dangers to the neighboring community. So why with the same levels of expertise do they see things one way and you see them the other?
You ask for candor, sir. I don't believe there is anyone that knows the supply chain better than me in today's marketplace, domestically or foreign. I've worked all around the world, as I stated in my opening comments, on the ground in 50 countries, overseas for 11 years. While I respect greatly the elected Attorney General and his office, the folks that work at CARB and the AQMD, we work together very closely, although we may not agree on anything. I don't think there is anyone that we are working with in these confines that has the business experience of our industry and our operations that I do. Now, they are single issue agencies who have great scientists and ideas on how we can do things better. I give them all credit because they're out there talking to folks and trying to drum up interest. But I'll give you the example of heavy duty trucks and why we have to work double time to get some sort of platform moving forward. The 18,000 trucks that I referenced that have license to do business here at the ports in the San Pedro Bay represent less than 2 weeks worth of heavy duty truck manufacturing production in North America on an annual basis. And by Senate Bill number 1, our law in California, we traditionally only buy those trucks once every 13 years. So the original equipment manufacturers have found it very difficult to create the engine type, whether it be near zero or zero, that would satisfy our liking just off of the run of their production at roughly $2 to plus $1 million per production hour. So we need to build up a look as to how we would be a better customer. Strangely enough, that concept had never been discussed, nor was there dialogue until I came here. and we will continue to pursue those interests, building up across the West Coast ports who have similar effect that we do in their communities. But I will also say there is a very clear deviation between these two concepts. Number one, the CAP and the Clean Truck Program are aspirational. They're voluntary. They allow us to seek funding at the federal, state, and local level to go after opportunities that don't exist today, like zero emissions trucks, and really try to push the envelope. With a specific lease and the CEQA requirement to have a project solidified and an EIR certified before you get into the lease environment, this then gives you the legal capability to enforce. Two very different pathways, but both that we employ in striving for the environmental stewardship goals that people before me had and that those working with me today truly believe.
And one last question. So what happens if, and some would say when, we lose in court? Is it not a better strategy to anticipate the flaws in our approach and correct them before that leads to more difficulty in court? Or is it better to go forward and lose, and then where does that lead us?
I can tell you that we're going to court simply because of what that one appellant told us at a Harbor Commission meeting on October 8th of 2019. All of the work we have done since I divulged this publicly back in 2015 was all to create a record because we knew we were going to court. And I believe, along with the advice that I'm receiving from the city attorney and our outside counsel, that we are preparing well to defend this city and port in a court of law.
So we think even were we to lose, it would be a better strategy to go to court rather than to try to work with the Attorney General to correct remaining flaws in the document.
I have personally attempted to speak on a regular basis with the Attorney General and staff, and while we have had some meetings at a relatively reserved level, the folks there just simply don't understand the way the port operates and the business, and not just the Port of Los Angeles, the ecosystem of the supply chain, the ports in different areas, not only of this country, but around the world. And how am I to take from an Attorney General field office whether to use a top pick, a side loader, or an RTG in moving cargo? And I ask that only because it takes folks with expertise in this industry to be able to describe the physical movement and the science behind it as to how we reduce emissions. But to answer your question point blank, we know we are going to court. We know based on past experience with settlement agreements that have gone to the local community for non-port related issues, that is part and parcel of what will be discussed in the legal framework. And I would assert to you that anything this city and port does going forward is meant to accelerate technology and reduce emissions here at this port complex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Mr. Krikorian next.
Thank you, Madam President. Just quickly, Mr. Soroka. So I think you've convinced me about the merit of having defined terms that have been approved by this council in order to most forcefully negotiate with China shipping. But I think it needs to be clear, and I think you've heard that it is clear from several of us, that this is not just a negotiating ploy for China shipping to begin discussions with. They need to understand that if we're moving forward today, this is what it is, and they can agree to it, or we can find another tenant. That needs to be as clearly stated as it can be. Mr. Kretz touched on the lawsuit strategy here. I'm not quite clear why we are facing a threat of imminent injunction that would shut down a port terminal, and I can't imagine that there could be such an imminent threat of harm that would happen, considering the balance of the equities that a court would take into account. But it does seem to me that if that were to happen, whether that happens because we fail to act today or whether it happens because we act today, there is still going to be litigation over our CEQA compliance. And we are probably better situated to be able to defend that case by demonstrating the degree of mitigations that are contained in the SEIR than to not have that SEIR at all. Now, I personally think that the SEIR probably does not go far enough. I think that we can be more aggressive than what is indicated in the SEIR, but that brings me to the final point, which is what you just indicated, which is that the CAP and the Clean Trucks program port-wide are opportunities for us to continue to improve upon what's in front of us right now outside of the CEQA, outside of this narrow CEQA context. So if we were to approve today, I think for me and for others that have spoken, I think we would like to see more aggressive mitigations moving forward in those categories, including, as you and I have discussed in the past, higher dirty truck fees, for example. I don't think we're being assertive enough in trying to discourage the continuing use of dirty drayage trucks. And as I mentioned at the outset, this has been something that at least 2 mayors have been working on for a decade and a half or so now. And we're you know, enough foot dragging, and we hear from these independent contractors who run some of these dirty trucks that, well, it's economically difficult. Well, you know, so are a lot of things. And at some point we have to say, time is up, and we really need to be moving forward with a real clean truck program that has some teeth. So some of those things will be things that we'll continue to work on. But those are probably more impactful outside of the scope of what's before us today.
But all extremely valid points, and I subscribe, as does this department and Harbor Commission, that we will be going to the private sector tenant with these business rules for Los Angeles. We are not going to be negotiating mitigation or lease measures. And on your point of compliance, that is exactly what drives our strategy as we take the next steps should the City Council approve our request for the supplemental document. The aspirational and aggressive nature are fit into the CAP and the Clean Truck program. And as I stated, that we don't get any points, and in fact, we are penalized severely if we don't hit aspirational tones within a CEQA process and a lease document. We also have, and to be stronger in this environment of CEQA, along with the pending lease update, we have this once in a terminal opportunity of what we call the reopener. So each time this particular terminal operator wants to buy a single piece of equipment, they must come to the Harbor Department. We must together prove it is the cleanest and best available. And I give you the example that if through our OEM summits and workshops, if we can expedite the delivery of technology for zero emissions equipment faster than any of us in the industry have seen yet, because of this reopener, that equipment can make its way directly to China Shipping's terminals. And on your point, finally, around having worked through 2 mayoral administrations on clean trucks, we could not agree with you more. We still have ports in the United States that when we put up a clean truck fee, say, bring your dirty trucks and your cargo to us. A national standard on this would go a long way into level setting the competitiveness, but we have one better. In working with the truck industry, we know that there will be change. With the aggressive policy and legislative direction of AB 5 in the state of California and some very forward-thinking large truck companies, we may see a completely different environment for employee-based business models that will be driven by capital investment of well-positioned, financially strong companies to get us to this next level. We're very fragmented. 40% of our truck drivers today are small business men and women, as defined by the state with 5 rigs or less. They traditionally spend under $50,000 for a diesel truck that was previously used. Bringing in those national carriers who will be the primary customer of the OEMs and then looking at us as a secondary market may be part of the formula that we really need to drive this. So it's a different look. It's a very different approach. But I agree with you as well. We have got to get to the next level and as quickly as possible. Your thoughts are spot on.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Buscaino, I'm going to go to you to close on this item first, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, thank you for this comprehensive discussion on the matter before us. Really appreciate the input from public comment, as well as Mr. Soroka, who's been patiently answering specific questions from this body. Members, let me remind you that in these past 3 years as serving as the chair of the Trade, Travel, and Tourism Committee, this council has asserted jurisdiction over the Harbor Department in 3 actions, with 2 of the 3 ultimately getting vetoed by this body. This council also has shown its willingness to apply its own independent judgment and to challenge the board at times on critical labor and environmental issues. However, based on Mr. Soroka's presentation and the approval of the Board of Harbor Commissioners' recommendation, and based on the evidence presented to us today and the evidence in the public record, I wholeheartedly believe that the port has met its legal obligations under CEQA, and I support the revised project. And I further move that the council deny all appeals, certify the final environmental impact report, and adopt the recommendations of the Board of Harbor Commissioners. I believe City Attorney is going to read off associated actions into the record.
Okay.
Well, the other actions are actually already in the agenda, so I believe simply when you said adopt the other recommendations of the Boards of Harbor Commissioners, you've covered all of that.
They are included. They are included.
Yeah. And I believe you said the final ERI. I think it's a supplemental environmental impact report.
Final.
Yes, it would be the final environmental impact report.
Yes.
Final supplemental environmental impact report, FSEIR.
Excellent. Thank you.
Is there a second to Mr. Buscaino's motion?
Second.
Second by Mr. O'Farrell.
Second.
Okay, let's go. Let's get prepared to vote on this item, Madam Clerk. Go ahead.
Madam President, can I just ask clarification? I just want to make sure.
Hold on for just a second. Madam Clerk, hold on for just a second. Does Mr. Bonin want to speak?
Just a clarification. So a vote in favor of Mr. Buscaino's motion is against the appeal and for the project?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Buscaino moved that the council deny all of the appeals.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's prepare to vote on this item. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, no.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
I'm still thinking, could you come back to me?
You want us to come back to you, Mr. Koretz? Is that your request?
Yes.
Okay, please continue, Madam Clerk.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez. Aye. Rue.
Aye.
Wesson is recused. Koretz.
I'm going to cast a reluctant aye.
Was that an aye for Mr. Koretz?
Sort of.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just need to have a yes or no, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Final tally, Madam Clerk, please.
$12 ayes, 1 no. This item is adopted.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Soroka, for being patient, and members of the public who are listening. I apologize for the technical difficulties early on. Madam Clerk, what's before us now?
Madam President, we have 6 verbal motions to read into the record.
Okay, why don't you start with the first one, please?
The first motion is introduced by Councilmember Ryu to be referred to the Budget and Finance Committee. This moves that the CAO be instructed to report back with available funding sources that could be used to help LA County close the $1 million funding shortfall for the John Anson Ford Theater Trail project. And a seconder?
Second.
Second.
For clarification, the seconder is?
Krikorian.
Thank you. The next verbal motion is introduced by Councilmember Harris Dawson to be referred to the Budget and Finance Committee. This instructs the CAO to identify funds in the amount of $150,000 to augment services for the Prison to Employment Reentry Program. And a seconder?
Is there a second on this?
Second.
Mr. Krikorian. Next.
Thank you. The next verbal motion to be referred to the Ad Hoc COVID Recovery Committee moves to instruct the CLA to execute all necessary documents to award $20 million in coronavirus relief funds to the Department of Cultural Affairs for the purpose of general operating support to ensure continuity of operations in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And a seconder?
Second.
Mr. Krikorian seconds. Did you say who the author was?
That is being introduced by Councilmember Ryu.
All right, thank you. Next.
Next is a resolution introduced by Councilmember Rodriguez, referred to the Transportation Committee. And this is regarding prohibiting oversized vehicles along both sides of Helen Avenue from Penrose Street to Glen Oaks Boulevard. Is there a second to this resolution?
Second.
Second by Mr. O'Farrell.
Next is another resolution introduced by Councilmember Rodriguez, referred to the Transportation Committee, relative to prohibiting oversized vehicles along the west side of Frank Manduno Drive from Sayre Street to Hubbard Street. Is there a second to this resolution?
I second that.
Thank you. Finally, there is a motion introduced by Councilmember Rodriguez, referred to the Budget and Finance Committee relative to funding for the Latino Heritage Month event. Is there a second to this motion?
Second.
A second by Mr. Blumenfield. Any others?
No, that is all.
Members, are there any verbal motions you'd like to introduce? Mr. Ryu?
Mr. Ryu is on mute.
Mr. Ryu, thank you, Mr.
I'm
O'Farrell.
sorry. Sorry about that. Thank you,
You
Mr.
wanna start
O'Farrell.
again? Thank you, Mr.
As I was
O'Farrell.
saying, this item is co-presented by myself, yourself, Council President Martinez, Councilmembers Krikorian and Bonin, and it reads, we therefore move that the Ethics Commission be requested to consider the standards that other agencies in the region apply to determine when decision makers for those agencies are required to recuse themselves from participating in official acts, including the Los Angeles Metropolitan Transportation Authority recusal model, and make recommendations for the council to enhance the city's conflict of interest policy and potentially expand the universe of conflicts that require recusals by city officials.
Second.
Second.
Actually, Mr. Krikorian,
You're a co-presenter, Mr. Krikorian, so you can't second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
The co-presenters on this motion is Mr. Rue, Mr. Krikorian, Mr. Bonin, and myself, so we need another second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Blumenfield. Thank you. Any others, Mr.
And my
Rue?
second motion is therefore, it's a resolution. Now, therefore, be it resolved with the concurrence of the mayor that by the adoption of this resolution, the city of LA hereby includes in the 2019-20 state legislative program support for AB 841, which is TING, which will require California Public Utilities Commissions to approve pending transportation vehicle electrification charging applications, make changes to improve cost recovery for the deployment of transportation electrification vehicle charging infrastructure, require specified training certification for any state-funded or authorized funding for electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and establish a stimulus program for the California Energy Commission to fund appliance, plumbing and heating, ventilation, and air condition upgrades to local education agencies using ratepayer-funded energy-efficient incentives.
Second.
Second by Mr. Koretz. Any others, Mr. Rue?
That's all. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Koretz, how many do you have?
I have 5 motions, Madam
5.
Chair and President. The first one, which is to be seconded by Councilmember O'Farrell, I therefore move that the City Council instruct the City Administrative Officer with the assistance of the Chief Legislative Analyst, the City Attorney, and other pertinent city departments to evaluate the property at 543 Fairfax Avenue to determine its suitability for use in the city's response to the Los Angeles Alliance litigation, and therefore move, if the property found to be suitable for this use, the City Administrative Officer et al. Identify the necessary funding and seek to acquire this property either via negotiation or through an eminent domain procedure if necessary.
Mr. Koretz, did you say Mr. O'Farrell was your second or your co-author?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. O'Farrell, is that correct? Thank you. Next.
And I have a similar motion with another property. I therefore move that the City Council instruct the City Administrative Officer with the assistance of the Chief Legislative Analyst, the City Attorney, and other pertinent city departments to evaluate the property at 15,485 Ventura Boulevard to determine its suitability for use in the city's response to the Los Angeles Alliance litigation. And I therefore move that if the property is found to be suitable for this use, the City Administrative Officer et al. Identify the necessary funding and seek to acquire this property through an eminent domain procedure.
Second.
Second by Mr. O'Farrell. Mr. Koretz, continue.
I therefore move that the City Council, as soon as possible, request that officials from the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority make a presentation to the full City Council on its outreach experiences with persons living unsheltered or unhoused in the city in terms of establishing lines of communication, providing services, and relocating them to appropriate shelter or housing, including the number and percentage of persons who reject services or housing or both.
Second.
Second by Mr. Buscaino. Next, Mr. Koretz.
I therefore move that the City Council, and this one is to be seconded by Councilmember Bonin, that the City Council direct the city's petroleum administrator to work with the Hillcrest Beverly Oil Company to report back within 60 days on the results of the third-party inspection of the Rancho Park drill site, the status and results of the ongoing air monitoring, and ongoing efforts to remove the Mercaptan equipment with the overall goal of protecting the health of the surrounding neighbors, particularly the health of the children at the 3 schools within close proximity from toxic emissions.
Mr. Bonin, can you confirm you've seconded that?
I so confirm. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others, Mr. Koretz?
Yes, and lastly, one with several moving clauses. I therefore move that the council instruct the planning department with the assistance of the city attorney to prepare and present an interim control ordinance, ICO, to prohibit home sharing citywide for more than 10 guests per home sharing listing transaction during the COVID-19 pandemic and until the safer at home orders are lifted, and thereby protect the public safety, health, and welfare of the community. I therefore further move that the ICO include an urgency clause, making it effective upon publication and run for 45 days within a 10-month and 15-day extension by council resolution. It could be further extended for an additional 1 year or until the adoption of the appropriate zoning, land use, regulatory controls have been prepared by the planning department, adopted by the council, and become effective, whichever occurs first. I further move that the planning department amend the home sharing administrative guidelines and home sharing guest code of conduct to include the following public safety, health, and welfare standards related to the COVID-19 pandemic. 1, dwelling units with more than 6 habitable rooms, excluding kitchens and bathrooms, or 3,000 square feet shall not be permitted or considered essential for short-term rental until the safer-at-home orders are lifted. 2, valet service, catering service, professional stage and sound equipment, disc jockeys, live entertainment, event tents, stages, dance floors are prohibited. 3, property owners, lessees, and property managers shall be equally responsible for any violations and shall reimburse the city and county for the full cost of all enforcement and contact tracing related to the violations of this ordinance. And it's co-presented by Mr. Rue and second.
Hold on, Mr. Rue, can you confirm you've co-presented this with Mr. Koretz?
Yes, ma'am, I co-present with Councilman Koretz.
All right, thank you. Mr. Krikorian, did you second this?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any others, Mr. Koretz?
No, thank you. That is it.
All right, Mr. Cedillo? Mr. Cedillo, do you have any verbal motions to introduce?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do. I'm sorry I was on mute. I think you might be interested in seconding this.
Okay, let's hear it.
Read this, if I may. Now, therefore, be it resolved with the concurrence of the mayor that by the adoption of this resolution, the City of Los Angeles hereby includes in its 2019-2020 federal legislative program support for legislation and/or administrative action which would result in a congressional investigation into the murder of Specialist Vanessa Guillen, who disappeared from her duty station at Fort Hood, Texas on April 22nd, 2020, and whose remains were found on June 30th, 2020, outside the base, as well as an investigation into the military's handling of sexual harassment and sexual assault complaints in general.
Why don't I co-present that with you, Mr. Cedillo?
I welcome that.
So we need a second?
Second.
Ms. Rodriguez, thank you. Next, Mr. Cedillo?
That's it for motions.
Great. Any other verbal motions, members? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, what's before us?
Madam President, I have one additional verbal to read into the record, and this is a resolution to be referred to the Rules, Elections, and Intergovernmental Relations Committee. It's being co-presented by Council members Harris Dawson and Price to resolve to include in the city's 2019-20 state legislative program support for SB 731 Bradford, which would create a statewide process to revoke the peace officer status of individuals convicted of certain serious crimes or terminated from employment as a peace officer due to misconduct.
Second.
Is there a second?
Mr. Bonham seconds.
Mr. Bonin seconds that. Any
Thank you.
others? Okay, where are we at now?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Posted and referred. Members, are there any announcements? Mr. Buscaino?
Yes, thank you, Madam President and members. We, if you can indulge me here, this is an exciting announcement on behalf of my family. My nonna is turning 100 tomorrow. We're celebrating a centennial birthday in the city of Los Angeles, and she is the matriarch of our family, the LaGrandi family on my mom's side, my mom's mom. She's a mother of 7 kids, 20 grandkids, 39 great-grandkids, and 5 great-great-grandkids. And she tells me I'm her favorite. Just kidding.
You're all of our favorites, Mr. Buscaino.
So Nona instilled the values of faith, family, and service to our communities and our church. Over 40 years, she served as a founding member of Mary Star of the City Church St. Joseph Society, which helps feed the homeless. her home was the epicenter of everything Italian. Great cooking, amazing amazing cookies. Of course, family and holiday gatherings. She prays the rosary every single day and prays for health, peace, and safety for her family and our city and its leaders. I was able to quickly pull off the Italian Sons and Daughters of America website what Nonna embodies, some lovable traits, and I just wanted to share a few with you. She worries about you all the time, about everything. She won't let you leave the house without eating something. She has no exact measurements for any of her recipes. And of course, you're always in the long list of daily prayers. There's often said that no love is greater than the love of an Italian nonna. So Nonna, I love you on behalf of our entire family, a grateful city. Thank you for praying for us. Buon compleanno e 100 anni di felicità. Thank you so much, members.
Thank you, Mr. Buscaino. That was wonderful. Please wish her a very happy birthday and God bless her. Will she be having a virtual drive-by party?
We're planning that in front of my sister's house, for sure, a drive-by birthday celebration.
We'll wish her the best. Thank you so much for that. Members, are there any other announcements? Any adjourning motions? Mr. Blumenfield?
Great, thank you. I rise to adjourn in the memory of former Assembly member Bill Duplessis, who died on July 1st following a brief battle with cancer. Duplessis, whose district included San Mateo County, he served in the Assembly from 86 to 88. He was vice chair of the Assembly Committee on Transportation. He also served as an administrative director for the state's Division of Workers' Compensation under Governor Pete Wilson. Bill, as I knew him, remained involved in the legislative process for years as an advocate and a lobbyist. Even though I knew him at a time when he was in the private sector, you could always tell with Bill that he really did care what was best for the state. He never lost his commitment to the public interest. He was known to me and everyone in the Capitol community as a straight shooter. We didn't always agree on issues. He was a Republican, but I always knew where he and his clients stood, and he always was true to his word. He was a gentle giant of a man, a hulking football player who played both college and professional ball. And while he towered over you when you spoke with him, you always felt like you were eye to eye when having a conversation with him, and he was respected by both sides of the aisle and folks inside and outside of the Capitol. We got to work together on some key legislation that helped a lot of small businesses thrive throughout California, and especially in my district. And I'll always be grateful to having gotten to know him and work with him. When he died, he was 70 years old, after, again, a brief bout with cancer. Former Speaker Willie Brown remembered him as a, quote, conservative for Democrats. I'm sure many of you knew him here, or you've gotten to know him. He forged great relationships. He created some good policy for all of California. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Mr. Rue?
Thank you, Madam President. Last month, Los Angeles lost a beloved member of our community, and that's Hee-Suk Lee. She was the founder of the famous BCD Tofu House, she opened her first establishment in 1996, which would soon turn into one of the most iconic Korean restaurants of our time. Her simple tofu soup introduced the powerful flavors of Korean cuisine to the masses. Her legacy is demonstrated not only by her culinary impact, but also her incredible philanthropy. She was the president of the Global Children Fund, which strives to provide relief to children across the globe. She also worked to feed low-income seniors of the community during this current pandemic. Up until the very end, Lee was there to help. As a first-generation immigrant, she was able to achieve her American dream, and her family should be very proud of all she accomplished in her life. It is an honor to have enjoyed her food and to witness the influence she has made in Los Angeles. Over the past 5 years, she bravely battled ovarian cancer. She will be forever remembered for her cooking and service to the community. She is survived by her husband, Tae-Ro Lee, and her 3 sons. She will be greatly missed, and she was someone I knew personally whose husband was sick for a long time, and she made sure that he was well. So this is a tragedy for the Korean American community and Los Angeles as a whole, and may she rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Rue. Mr. Cedillo? Mr. Cedillo?
President, yes, thank you. I want to note that on May 30th, we lost a great Angelino, John Rodriguez Solis. He was born July 16th, 1931 in El Monte, California. He was 88 years old, a resident of Boyle Heights, a graduate of Roosevelt High School. He served our nation proudly from 1951 to 1954 in the Korean War, recipient of several medals, the Korean Service Medal, the UN Service Medal, the China Service Medal. After he returned from the war, he met one of his two loves of life. He met his wife, and it was his wife, Connie, or Consuelo, and they married in February 18th, 1956. And then shortly thereafter, he had his second love of life, which is his daughter, Linda Solis. You know, let me tell you personally, I grew up down the street from the Solis family. John was a real special man. He was like the other men on my block, working class people who worked in the, the industrial corridors, he was a crane operator. The men in that neighborhood, they took care of other people's kids. They made sure that we walked straight and narrow, made sure that we were on our best behavior, had no pause or hesitation to let us know what we should or shouldn't be doing. They were interesting men. I'm sure that to their wives that they were handsome, but to the young kids in the neighborhood, they looked scary. And John with his long ponytail, goatee, beard, had that look, much like my father had his look. And we didn't mess with him. We were very appropriate and respectful of these men. And they played a very important role in creating very solid, stable neighborhoods for us to grow up in. Really special. Only he loved her so much that she didn't have any siblings. It was only her, and he was a great man. She married another man like her father. She has 3 kids. He's left with his 3 grandsons. I just want to give recognition to John and to those men in Boyle Heights who were so patriotic, so committed to helping realize their greatest hopes and aspirations, who were living the American dream, who were homeowners, who were proud to work where they worked, union members, men who were really proud to take care of their families and to be leaders in our community. And John was one of those pillars. We spent many nights with him, just listening to him, having some beverages, and just appreciating him for his, everybody was somebody else's uncle or second father or big brother, and he was one of those persons for us and a group of friends who all grew up during that time period in the 60s and 70s in Boyle Heights. And so it's with a heavy heart that we say goodbye to him, but it's also with great joy that we thank him for his contributions and the role he played in our community and personally. There's a photo, Madam Chair, you'll recognize it, of my wife and I, and we're talking to our neighbor, and my wife and I are looking up at this fence, talking up to our neighbor, and it's at his house. And it was a spontaneous picture that someone took of us, and it's featured in most of my campaign literature. I'm very proud of it. It's a great photo. We're having a great laugh. That was the type of neighbor we had, and John was that neighbor. And so God bless him, rest in peace, and God bless his incredible family.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. Any other adjourning motions, members? Seeing none, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
It sends a message across the country.
I, for one, will say this is the only way that I've seen in a systematic way where you can do policing in communities like South Los Angeles, where the community feels like the police department works on their behalf.
It's a joint venture to improve the safety and the well-being of people who have never felt safe.
One of the important components of this program is the forgiveness. Understanding our history and what has occurred in the past and not being afraid to say, I'm sorry. And that's what this